live, and I think the webcam's working. Is my mic working? Can anyone hear me? And can anyone see me? Let me check on my other computer and see if the stream's going. Can you guys hear me? I think I got the webcam working, but I'm not sure if my mic is working. I think you guys are like a whole minute behind though, so I gotta wait. Okay, no, I can hear myself on the other computer, so I think we're live. And I think the webcam's working, and I think the mic is working. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. The webcam was just, I don't know what the problem was. The webcam was lighting up. OBS detected the webcam, and it just wouldn't show up. And I copied the settings from an older stream, and suddenly it started showing up. So I don't know why it wouldn't show up. I fidgeted with that for about 10 minutes. Let's see. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, it's Easter Sunday. I feel terrible. I completely forgot it was Easter until it was already Easter. I don't know how I completely lost track. Well, my sense of time is all messed up lately, so maybe that's how I lost track of it. But all right, cool. Seems like you guys can hear me. Awesome. Hope everyone's doing good today. Hope everyone's been having fun lately. I haven't really said much, but I've been a bit sick the last few days, so today's the first day I'm feeling kind of okay. But yeah, today I'm gonna start modeling the Tektron boss from Star Fox 2. I figure maybe I'll do a dev stream for this one, and we'll see how far I get. I probably won't get to the texturing phase, but I might be able to finish all the geometry, especially if I don't let myself get distracted. Oh, it's possible the chat will distract me. But so yeah, I guess I'll just jump right into it. Although I see a question. One Mega Man model asks, or I guess they're not asking. I think if I'm reading this right, you're asking if you can ask a question. I wanted to mention something that I wanted to hear your thoughts on that I remembered since your last stream. All right, I'll ask the question. I'll try and answer it before I get started. And then while you're asking that question, I guess I'll go through this really quickly. So the next level in Star Fox Event Horizon is another Star Fox 2 inspired level, and the boss is going to be the Tektron. You know, I did my research, and like most things in Star Fox 2, there's not a lot of detail as to what exactly this thing is or who built it or whatever. So one thing I noticed about it, though, is it has a very similar silhouette to the Cornerian ship from Star Fox Assault. This part right here, and it's got the little fins. Well, the fins are a lot bigger than the fins on the Cornerian ship in Assault, but it's got the two angular fins, and it's also got this kind of fin down here that the mothership from Star Fox 2 has. So I'm thinking that the Tektron is going to be some kind of experimental Cornerian ship, and it's probably going to combine some elements of the Assault design and the at least the foil of the fin from the mothership from Star Fox 2. So I'm going to use those as kind of a reference also. And then it's got, you know, these two large shield things that kind of close around it. And sort of my idea is this level takes place around you know, a rotating pulsar. And I haven't decided if it's going to be every single time the pulsar rotates or if it's going to be something at an interval of like every minute or whatever. But the pulsar is going to send out some kind of disturbance, in air quotes, that'll... I haven't decided if it's going to completely disable the R-Wing or maybe it'll just mess with the shields. Like, it'll briefly disable the shields on all of the ships. So this Tektron, the wings that close in to protect the ship are going to guard it from the effect from the pulsar to kind of give it an advantage over the player and all of the other ships in the level. And I think that's really all I got to say about it now. But let me go see what that other person was asking. So yeah, this popped into my mind about how Nintendo has a habit of having characters not really doing the jobs assigned to them despite the game potential. I agree completely. Star Fox not quite being mercs, and most of all, Samus not really doing any bounty hunting. Yeah, I haven't really said anything about Samus in the past. I agree with you completely. I have commented on this about Star Fox, where the only game that the Star Fox team was ever really treated like actual mercenaries, I think, was Adventures. In Adventures, it's kind of a situation that's not personally attached to them, and their motivation, at least initially, is entirely money-based. You know, Pepper mentions pay or whatever, and that causes Fox's face to light up, and the rest of the team, too. So, but yeah, in most of the games, they're treated more like some weird, like, rogue special forces unit of the Cornerian army, which is weird because, you know, even in Star Fox 64, Pepper's like, we'd be honored to have you as part of the Cornerian army, and Fox is like, no, we don't want to be part of the Cornerian army. So it is weird that they seem so heavily attached to the Cornerian army, and I've even kind of joked in Assault, I don't even know if they get paid in Assault. They just kind of show up on their own and just start helping out the Cornerian army. Now, to be fair, in Assault, the threat of the game is existential. However, at the beginning of the game, the Aperoids aren't there, so it is kind of weird that Star Fox just shows up in the middle of this fight between Corneria and Venom, and they're like, hey, we're here to help, and there's, like, no dialogue or anything. Unless I'm misremembering. Someone in the audience might correct me, but I don't remember any dialogue in Assault that implies anything about them getting paid. They just kind of just show up and do their thing. I don't know, maybe they owed Pepper a favor or something, but I agree that Nintendo doesn't, and I can even say to a lesser extent with some of their other characters like Link. Well, I mean, a kind of funny one is Mario. There's a lot of plumbing themes in his games, but he doesn't, from what again, I'm not really familiar with Mario, so someone who knows Mario in the audience will probably be like, oh no, there's these games where he's a plumber, but he doesn't really actually do any plumbing from what I remember. So yeah, it's kind of a meme that Nintendo characters don't actually do the jobs that their like job description that's given. I feel like that's probably less of a case with Link. He doesn't really have a specific job, so might not really apply to Link that much, but definitely Samus and Star Fox. Let's see, actually, Chasen, they do. Team Star Fox will receive a monetary reward for their meritorious service in the end credit. Oh, I don't remember anyone saying that. I'll have to go back, but but even then, that's like at the very end of the game after everything's done. Like, there's never like a moment where General Pepper's like, oh, we'll pay you to wow, I just had a brain fart. We'll pay you to fight the Aperoids or whatever. Toon Tone says, I just always assume that they're getting paid whenever they're showing up. That's fair. That's fair enough. It could be the case of like the audience at that point would just assume they'd get paid. Well, excuse me, Jason. Oh man. Let's see. The Skis Corn. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I would say it's a mix of Japan's cultural attitude towards military matters and the target audience being kids. Most mercenaries are portrayed negatively, and money is a petty motivation. That's fair enough, but then why make them mercenaries? Just make them like a Cornerian Special Forces unit, or you see what I'm saying? Like, they intentionally made them mercenaries and then don't treat them like mercenaries. If they didn't want to treat them like mercenaries, they should have made them like an actual part of the Cornerian army or something. So So your statement is fair, but that begs the question: why did they bother making them mercenaries in the first place? Then, if they weren't gonna do same thing with Samus, why make her a bounty hunter? Just make her like a, I don't know. I don't know if the Federation existed back in the first Metroid game. I don't know if that's an idea that came later in the series. Just make her like a Federation scout or something. So I guess that's my thoughts on that. Like, why make them mercenaries then if they're not going to be treated as such? And to be fair, they are kind of treated like mercenaries in 64. Like, they're offered pay, and your score translates into how much you get paid by General Pepper as well. And to be slightly fair to 64, Fox has a personal investment in the conflict because Andros is connected to the death of his father. So, and in Adventures, they're treated like mercenaries, but like in Assault and in Command, I don't even think they get paid in Command. Again, someone in the audience might remember a detail I'm forgetting, but in Command, I don't think they're offered payment at all either. I think they just show up and do their job. And I don't remember anything in Zero either, but it's been a long time since I played Zero, so my memory might be foggy, but let's see. PS name supposed to be The Sky is Corn. I never noticed it being. Oh, that's okay. My old username on YouTube I spelled wrong too. So the one that shows up in the chat when I type. Let's see. I think it gives the player more freedom to do whatever they want without repercussions. From a story-driven standpoint, that makes sense. The Star Fox team can do what they need to do, illegally or legally. They'll get the job done without too many repercussions on either side if they are mercenaries. Plus, it just sounds cooler. Oh, hey, kitty, I just fed you. I don't know if you guys heard that. The cat just started crying at me. It does sound, mercenaries do sound cooler than government special forces. But I don't know. It's not. I guess they don't have to really treat them as like detailed mercenaries or whatever. I feel like at the very least, them getting paid should be brought up at the start of, each game or whatnot, something like that. Just something to indicate that they're not actually part of the Coronarian army. But that's just me being maybe nitpicky. And I don't know, I'm pretty nitpicky when it comes to Star Fox, I guess. Let's see, repost question. Is Panther Caruso a character you like to hate, or something else? I like Panther. I actually think he's probably the most interesting addition, other than possibly the Aperoids themselves. Probably the most interesting thing that they added into Star Fox and Assault. Kitty, I just fed you like 20 minutes ago. It's not your food time. You want pets? No, you don't want pets? Alright, do you want to go to sleep and my voice is keeping you awake? I don't know. I don't know why she's crying at me today. See, The Sky is Corn. Oh, now your name is spelled right. The Sky is Corn says, they treated Samus like Special Forces and Other M. We all know how... Oh, yeah. My brain kind of blocked that game out, but... Yeah, with, what's his face? I kept telling her not to... use certain weapons and stuff or whatever. Yeah, that Other M was weird. That's another game that kind of like Other M's. That's a weird game. I'm not super duper into Metroid though, so like I like Metroid. Metroid Zero Mission and Fusion are probably two of my favorite games, but I'm not like really super invested in Metroid. So, but even I just realized, is the light, like, blinding you guys? Let me move the webcam a little bit. I just noticed that the light might be kind of blinding everyone's faces. Alright, there now. Let me kind of scoot over a little bit so I kind of block that light. If the light is bothering you guys, let me know. Anyway, I should probably get started on modeling this, but I don't know, I like interacting with you guys. Your cat wants you to give. I just fed the cat about 20 minutes ago. It's not their food time yet. The cat wants the spotlight. Maybe. Well, you want to come steal the spotlight? No, she's not even looking at me. I think she gave up. Unfortunately, Dread confirmed other. Oh, now she's crying again. I don't know what to tell you, kitty. You gotta wait a while before I feed you again. I just fed you. You're a cat, not a piglet. Anyway, Retro asks, how's your Easter been? Nothing particularly interesting's happened today, so it just feels like a mostly normal day, but I guess that's good. I physically feel better today than I have the last few days. I've been ill with something the last few days, so I've kind of been a bit inactive and kind of resting, but today I feel a little better, so that's probably a good sign. Looks like the light's fine, doesn't bother me at least. Alright, cool. Well, I'll check the chat in probably about 10 minutes. I am going to get started on the Tektron. So, like I said, there's not really any good screenshots I could find of the Tektron from the side. So I'm not really sure how long the nose actually is on it. This kind of shot right here makes it seem like the nose isn't that long, so I don't think I'm going to have the nose quite as long as the battleship, but probably a bit longer than on the other Cornerian ships. I think I got some of them here. Yeah. Although I could make it long. I probably shouldn't make it too long, though, because the shield things on the side that cover it up don't seem to be that long. So I'll probably make it maybe half the length of the battleship. Let me go ahead and just get the nose over here as a reference, and then I'll kind of figure out how long I want the nose to be. So let's get rid of all this extra stuff. And Maya just froze on me. If Maya's crashing already, that'll be hilarious. Okay, good. Maya didn't crash. I don't think the other times I did a stream with Maya, it didn't crash at all, which kind of surprised me. So one of these days, though, I'll be doing a stream where I'm modeling something in Maya, and it'll crash, but it hasn't yet. But anyway, let's put the a blank texture on it, because I'm going to give it its own new texture. I'm probably going to get rid of the hangar bay down there. And then the body, I'm going to do the body is completely from scratch, and obviously the wings too. But the nose, I want to look similar to the other Cornerian ships, just for kind of like visual consistency. And then there's these little fins here that I'm going to probably, I'll just carry those over so I don't have to model them again. Let me duplicate that instead of bring it over. So I'll just bring those over and give them a blank texture. Make those kind of bigger. One thing I really like about the Star Fox 2 bosses and from the original game is they're abstract enough that I feel like I could probably I have quite a lot of creative freedom to interpret these without, you know, fans being like, oh, that's not like how the boss was. I can't really do that with a lot of the stuff from the later games because they're more visually defined, but because the graphics in the first two Star Fox games are so abstract, I kind of feel like I have quite a bit of freedom with them. So that's something I like, because I can kind of go a little bit crazy with them. Actually, let me figure out this. How big do I want the Tektron to be? I think I'll make it probably, yeah, about the same size as the carrier. I didn't even think about how big I want it to be. It's a pretty fast ship, so I feel like it shouldn't be ginormous. Like if you see footage of it from Star Fox 2, it moves around relatively fast, so I don't want it to be really huge. So I'll probably make it maybe even a little bit smaller than the carrier or the mothership. Actually, I got a question for the audience. In the first level, I called this boss the Heavy Carrier, but do you think Mothership actually sounds like a better name for the boss, like Cornerian Mothership or something like that? If you guys think that sounds better, I might actually change the name from heavy carrier to mothership. But I don't know. That's something I was thinking about because the ship was called the mothership in Star Fox 2. So it might be worth carrying that name over. But anyway, I am going to shorten this and get rid of the hangar bay. Because Tektron does not have a hangar bay. So let's get rid of that. Do I want to keep the little light thing there? Yeah, I'll keep the little light on the side. So it has some similarity to the battleship. And then I guess I'll start on the body, which is a bit triangular. So because it's triangular, I'm going to start with a cube. So I'm going to make the cube there. And then I will divide it in half. See, I'll check the chat in just a second. Let me just kind of get the basic shape of the body down, and then I'll check on the chat. Watch, I'm gonna look over. There's gonna be like 50 questions. Oops, didn't mean to select the bottom there. And it's pretty triangular in the back. Actually, there's something weird going on here. It looks like from behind the fin is on the top, even though it's supposed to be on the bottom, but I can see the blue fins also on the top there. So I might need to watch the footage again, because that, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there actually. Why the fin's suddenly on the top? Maybe it like moves up, and I didn't notice that when I was playing the game. So I will keep that in mind. I will design the back of the ship to possibly account for the fin on the bottom moving up to the top. I don't know why it would do that. Maybe I'll attach like a weapon to it, like after you damage the boss enough, the fin comes up to the top and there's like a bunch of guns or something on it. Or maybe when it's on the bottom, there's guns on it on one side, and when you destroy all those weapons, it rotates around to the top, and then there's guns on the opposite side. Maybe something like that. And I also noticed that, you know, there's the red triangular kind of weak point on the front, so I need to keep that in mind. So there's probably going to be a weak point along the center top of the body. So let's kind of do this now. Okay, and then let's bring these out a bit with some extruding. Uh-oh. I made a mistake there. Extrude. What is going on with the extrude tool? Oh, there we go. There we go. Maya's just being weird. My relationship with Maya is like an ex-wife that I have to work with because we have kids. I'd rather not have to deal with Maya, but I'm kind of trapped using Maya because so much of my work has been done in Maya. Sometimes I feel like Maya is haunted and is messing with me. It's definitely more pointy, but actually I might not use the nose from the battleship, or I might have it more integrated into the hull instead of like sticking out like it does on the other Cornerian ships. I might have it kind of like that, integrated into it, kind of sticking out of the bottom right here. I don't know. Or no, I think I know what I'll do. I'll kind of have it blend in with the top there. So it kind of looks like one long continuous surface. So let me kind of line those, make those a little bit more even. Yeah. All right, let me check the chat. It's kind of been a while. Let's see what you guys are saying. Oh yeah, you guys said a lot. Let's see, question for anyone. Anyone play Hearts of Iron 4? I have not played Hearts of Iron 4. Avery Tube Studios asked, so is Star Fox 2 is getting adapted before the Aperoid Saga? Yes, I feel like setting Star Fox 2 between Adventures and Assault is probably, I feel like it's probably a good idea because Star Fox 2 is kind of a vague enough game. Like, there's a basic outline of what happens, but it's not very, like, there's not a lot of story details. And it's a game that I know they released it in 2017, but it's kind of a game that is not entirely complete. So I feel like there's a lot of room to kind of use it as more like a basis for something bigger. So I thought it would probably be a good idea to set it in between Saria and sorry, my brain's being weird. What is the Star Fox game with the Assault? I can't believe I forgot that. Set it between Adventures and Assault, and there's also two other reasons I thought that was a good idea. I think I mentioned both of them in the last stream I did, but one, I wanted an excuse to use the Adventures R-Wing for an entire campaign, because during the Saria campaign, it's only in, I think, 2 or 3 of the levels. You don't really use it that often. I feel like it'd be kind of a waste, to have the Adventures R-Wing barely do anything in the entire game and then kind of just get discarded for the Assault R-Wing. So that was kind of the main reason initially why I thought it'd be cool to set Star Fox 2 in between, right before Assault, so that the Adventures R-Wing basically had a whole campaign it could feature in. And 2, I felt like I wanted to have a part in the game where it shows Crystal actually integrating with the team, and the team in particular and the galaxy in general. Because I feel like Assault was kind of a missed opportunity back in the day, where it just seems like she's just fully integrated into the team, and she's, the game doesn't really make her seem like an expert pilot, but she seems like she's just a normal pilot of the R-Wing in Assault, and I feel like that was a really big missed opportunity, that not really show Crystal integrating into the team. So I said, screw it, I'm going to put Star Fox 2 here. I'm going to use the Adventures R-Wing, and Crystal is going to spend most of that story kind of integrating with the Star Fox team. So she's still very much an amateur pilot during the campaign. And by the time we get to Assault, she'll be, really competent with the R-Wing, like as she was in the original game. So that's why Star Fox 2 is before Assault in Event Horizon. See, repost from Mega Man Model. I would make several planets and different missions. Some wouldn't even be hunts. Like, I have the idea for crashing on a planet. I have a feeling there's a first part to that question somewhere that I missed. I'm not sure what that question is. Let's see, what class of ship do you think the Tektron is anyway? An interdictor? That's probably a good label to put on it. It's definitely some kind of, because of its speed, I imagine it has some kind of interceptor role. But it's also got like the heavy shield thing that closes in on it, so it could be some kind of defense craft. It definitely, despite the fact it has the shield thing, it definitely looks and kind of feels like something more aggressive. So I'd probably go with some kind of interceptor or interdictor or something like that. I don't know if I would consider it a Corvette. I think it's probably a bit too big to be a Corvette. Although I could shrink it. I feel like I'm probably gonna have it be slightly smaller than the mothership, but I might end up shrinking it. We'll see. I don't know if it'll ever be as small enough to be a Corvette though. See, hello. Don't follow the story of this game so much, but why are the Cornerians the bad guys now? I thought Andros and Venom are the guys to blame. At this point in the story, Andros is dead, and Venom is kind of in shambles. And I haven't really, cause there's a cinematic in between the first level of this campaign and the ones I'm working on that I just realized the light is shining in your guys' face again. There's a cinematic I haven't worked on, and I don't know when I'll work on it and make that cinematic, but there's kind of hints as to what's going on in there, but basically, long story short, it looks like both sides of the conflict attacked each other first. It looks like the Thozens did something to Corneria, and Corneria did something to the Thozens, and it's ambiguous as to who fired the first shot. So they kind of blame each other for what's going on. And because Star Fox are mercenaries, you know, kind of like at the start of the stream, they kind of go where the money is. And also Falco has a connection to the Thozens. So they went with the Thozens offer them more money, so so they're in this particular conflict, they kind of end up against the Cornerians, at least for a little while. I will go ahead and say that they don't fight the Cornerians for the entire campaign. There is a point where the Cornerians are not the main antagonist, and Star Fox isn't necessarily fighting against them. So there's some weird stuff going on, and people blaming each other. I don't want to spoil too much, though. See, ZJM5835 says, I think you made Faye look really cute. Oh, thank you. I went back and forth a lot on Faye's model, and I wasn't really sure how well it would be received. So I'm glad that people actually think she looks cute, because that's kind of what I was going for. I wanted Faye to actually look like pretty cute. Let's see. Neo Lavar says the drawing of Mew link shared on X and on the cinematics of Star Fox Event Horizon is missing the hairs and tips on Mew Link's ears, and I'd very much like you to add them. Well, that if it's the piece of art I'm thinking of, I didn't make it, so you'd have to ask the person who drew it to add those tips to it. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Mew has the little, I don't know what they're actually called, but the little black, I guess I'll call them ear whiskers until someone tells me what they're actually called. The little ear whiskers on her ears. So I know what you're talking about. But I don't know, maybe that person didn't put them there intentionally because they thought it looked better. I don't know. I just thought it was cool that they made fan art, so I shared it. Hey, Chasen, at which point in the Star Fox 2 art will the Cornerian army become allies again? Well, I kind of just teased that from one of the other questions. I didn't say specifically at which point, but at some point they're not exactly enemies against each other anymore. I would even argue even now they're not. I mean, they fired on Star Fox, but they didn't know Star Fox was there, so it's not like the Cornerian army intentionally was like, oh, we're gonna shoot at Star Fox. They didn't know Star Fox was there, and they're probably like, oh crap. As soon as they find out that Star Fox was hired against them, the Cornerian army's General Pepper is probably like, oh shit, oops. There's nothing personal going on between Star Fox and the Cornerian army. It's more like very unfortunate circumstances, that kind of situation. I'm trying to think of I'm certain I can think of examples from Deep Space Nine. I don't know if you or I'm sure some people in the audience are familiar with Deep Space Nine, but there's a lot of scenarios in Deep Space Nine where former allies become enemies and enemies become allies, and there's like a constant kind of switching of sides and stuff because of unfortunate circumstances. There's a lot of that happening in that show. So it's kind of probably something kind of like that. That might be a good comparison. See, the Tektron in Star Fox 2 can regenerate its health if it runs away. Will something similar show up here? My feeling on the matter is possibly the pulsar, because the level takes place around a pulsar, and every now and again it'll send out something that kind of messes up the player's shields or whatever. My thinking on the matter is the pulsar might actually regenerate the shields on the boss like more quickly or something like that, because every time the pulsar is about to send out the wave or whatever, the boss closes up into the defensive shielding or whatever, so it isn't negatively affected by it. Maybe it'll like boost its shields every time that happens. Something like that, maybe. Man, you guys are asking a lot of questions today. I might have to get back to the model, or I'm not gonna get anything done. Oh, hang on just a second. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Anyway, wow, yeah, I'm getting really distracted by you guys and some other things. But God, what was I just saying? Now I got so distracted, I just forgot what I was saying. But anyway, let's see. It's easier for me to see if this is a trick by the Thosons or third party by soon-to-be revived Andros to be a distraction story-wise. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to spoil too much. Will we see Bill Gray in the Star Fox 2 arc? Possibly. It would probably make sense for him to show up at least once. So I don't know if the story will be like that, but I would love a twist later in the story. Yep, I know DS9. Yeah, I think DS9 probably is a good comparison for what I'm going for. See, I haven't played through all of Star Fox 2 yet. Do we see the remnants of Venom at some point? Yes, Venom does show up at some point. Venom is involved. I think it's fair to say Venom is somehow involved. Let's see. I love your work. What do you think of Super Mario Galaxy with Fox McCloud in it? I don't know if you guys want to... A lot of people have been asking me, and I've kind of not really said anything. I've said some things to a few select people, and I've kind of said a few things in my Discord. Do you guys really need to know my opinion? If you guys really want to know what I think, I will. If you guys really want to know what I think, I'll try and express my thoughts. But I don't know if you guys really want to know what I think. So I guess I'll get back to that question. It's a weird question. Has Panther's problematic, flirty nature caused Wolf enough problems to think about or threaten to give Panther the bummer? I haven't really thought about if Panther's personality has had negative consequences for the Starwolf team. At the moment, I want to say no. I don't think Wolf would really care. I could see something like that coming up during Command, though. But at the moment, I'll say no, but possibly something like that could happen where, yeah, Panther's kind of being a flirt might cause problems for the Starwolf team. Let's see. Have you thought of giving the Cornerian army a victory against Star Fox in this arc? Possibly. Would that really be a victory, though? Because... Possibly. I don't want to spoil too much. Maybe you could do a connection to Assault by the revival of Andros to be connected to the Aperoids, just theorizing. Maybe. We'll see. There's a lot of possibility, but I think I caught up with the chat, so let me get back to modeling this. Alright, so there's a shot from behind. It looks like it is kind of like this. So let's add another edge there. And bring this back a bit. And let's do this. Yeah, it's probably a bit smaller than that. Yeah, I don't really have any good orthogonals to use as a reference for this. I kind of have to just eyeball it. Yeah, those look kind of triangular there. Man, this is such a low resolution image. Couldn't really find any high resolution images of this boss because, well, the game itself is pretty low resolution. So and then it's probably a bit longer than that, actually. Again, it's kind of hard to tell without a side view. And if there was a side view of this boss, the little wing things would probably, the little shield wings would probably be in the way. So I might just have to accept the fact that there's not a really good reference and just kind of do what I want for the back there. I definitely think it's thinner. The whole boss is a bit thinner than this. And it does look like there's some kind of triangular bit coming out there. So I suspect that this should come out a bit. Possibly on the bottom too. And just have that come out a little bit. And then do that. Yeah, they're very triangular there, but I might make them a little bit less triangular. That topology is looking a bit ugly there, so let me straighten that out. And then I would say it's a little more compressed than that. And raise it up. And have, I think I will get rid of these and make that a little more. Nah, I'm gonna bring those back. I might add some details in here, like guns or something. Yeah, I'll probably add some guns to that little part there. Some kind of weapons. Yeah, there's not an overhead view of this boss as far as I'm aware too, so I'm not sure how exactly those things connect to it. I'll probably have them just connect into the side here. So I'll probably have some extra detail in there where they connect. I'll go ahead and add the little triangular part here that's a weak point. Try something really quick here. Make that come out. Make that go in. Make that go in. So I kind of want that to almost look like one sort of seamless part. I'm going to end up connecting those eventually. I don't know if I really like that sticking out there. I really might just make it more like this. I don't think I like it sticking out that far. I don't even know if that would physically make sense based on the size of the little shield things that close up on it. Although I've noticed in the footage that these two giant blue fin things on the top are way too big to fit in there. So there's already some weird things going on with this boss as far as making it all like fit. So I don't know, maybe they retract into the ship or something when it closes up. Maybe this part could retract into it. I don't know. So I think I will. Yeah, I'm probably going to do something more like that instead of having it stick out. I think that looks a little better. I'm going to bring this fin over though. See how that looks, and then I'll maybe I'll even keep the missile launcher on it. That'll save me quite a bit of time, not having to model that part of it. Yeah, that one's separate. Yeah, I'll just use the fin from the carrier. It does look pretty thin on here though, so maybe I should make it a bit thinner and less bulky. The reason I made it kind of bulkier though was so it could have the missile launcher on it. But oh yeah, I might actually have to like, you know what? I think I actually know why the fin is doing that, because I don't know how I didn't notice this, but yeah, when the thing closes up, the fin's like sticking way out. So the fin does have to move in some way in order to fit inside the shield. So yeah, this thing is going to have to either close up into the boss or rotate into it in some way, kind of like, I don't know, maybe like that. Yeah, that it'll probably do that. That's probably what I'm going to go with when the side shields close on it. So yeah, I'm going to add some kind of like rotating, like kind of detail here where it'll rotate. I'll go ahead and do that now. Make like a little sort of fin bay. I don't know what I'd call it. Like a cargo bay that's not for cargo. Have it go up like that. that. There we go. So yeah, when the shield closes on the boss, it'll just kind of rotate up like that. So it all fits. Oh, I need to get rid of this geometry here. Oh, it's not even centered. There we go. Maybe have it go up a little more like that. And then let's see how that looks when it rotates. Oh, it's probably a bit too forward, so let me move it back a bit. There we go. Alright. No, it's still a bit too forward. Move it back a bit more. Okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, now it's... Yeah, so I'll probably have it go back like that. Now I need to fix this part that's all open here. So let me close that. Oh, I need to do something first before I do that. Because this is 2 parts of a model, so let me unparent this. And then let's fill in the top here. And I'm probably just going to do a whole new texture for the fin. I'll probably keep the texture on the missile launcher though. So let me just add a blank texture to this, or a blank material technically. I always just call materials textures and textures materials just to confuse everyone. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Oops. That should look decent. Alright, cool. Alright, that looks good. Let me check the chat. I think it's been a while. Alright, let's see what you guys are saying. Oh, Silver Fox sent a video showing the model in the credits with some screenies. Oh, awesome. That might help out. Let me go check that out. Oh my goodness, I got tons of messages on Discord. Hang on. Let me see. That's... Okay, wow, yeah, I got a lot of messages. But anyway, thank you, Silver Fox. There's some shots of it from behind. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, from behind, the fin thing is on the bottom, like I thought. Okay, yeah, that... Oh, there's a shot from the side. Okay, yeah, the nose on it, it's not very long, so I'm not going to have the nose stick really far out. I'm going to have it kind of how I have it now, where it's like more built into the hole. Now let me look at the video you sent really quick. Oh, cool, thank you. Oh, awesome, the camera's rotating around it. Perfect. That does help quite a bit. Okay, I see where those attach now. Yeah, all the footage I could find of it, it was relatively low resolution, and it was, you know, it was gameplay, so it was from the first-person perspective. Yeah, now that I look at it, the 2 little blue fins on the top, I actually am not sure if those are a physical structure. Wow, there goes my voice again. I don't think those are a physical structure. I think they're some kind of, like, energy thing, but I'm going to reinterpret them as fins to kind of make it match the other Cornerian designs. So Nathaniel Peterson asks, is this craft manned or unmanned? It is going to be manned. It's going to have a crew. See, I know the models display at the credits. Oh, yeah. Silver Fox beat you to that. See, in defense of Panther, like half of the Star Wolf team is kind of deranged. Yeah, I have a feeling Leon's probably been up to some really shady things that might have got them in more trouble than, you know, Panther being a bit of a flirt. Let's see, what dog species will man it? I might keep that a surprise, but I don't know, maybe if the audience wants to see a particular breed of dog, let me know in the audience. I have an idea of what kind of dog captain is going to, you know, be the captain of this ship. In fact, I'm pretty sure he's going to be a colonel. I mean, colonel and captain are roughly, they're not exactly the same rank, but they kind of are. So I guess saying he's a colonel, not a captain, is kind of redundant in a way, but But yeah, if you guys are interested in seeing a particular breed of dog, let me know. Maybe I'll do that instead of what I have in mind. Do both sides have Andros technology? For example, the Star Fox 2 SNES mother base ship. Could it be Venom or prototype carrier from Corneria? I will say that Corneria does have access to Venom technology. In fact, the level that I will be working on after the next level I'm working on, the battle-based meteor level, during the Lilat Wars, the battle-based meteor was like this giant kind of like weapons and technology lab that Venom was using. That was like built under this amusement park because Andros is insane, and Corneria came into possession of it after the first Lilat War. So Corneria definitely has access to Venom technology. I don't think Thosa does though. They don't have access to the crazy stuff Andros was working on. So yeah, I'm actually getting a bit of a stomach ache. I think the meal I ate before this is not settling well in my stomach. Let's see, wait, battle-based meteor. It's finally back. Yep, battle-based meteor is in this campaign, and I have a suspicion it's going to be the best level in the campaign, just because the setting I think is going to be really cool. It's going to take place in like a giant space amusement park, which I think will be really cool. And I don't know how far I'll go, but I have a feeling I'm going to try to make the environment as destructible as possible. So yeah, there might be a level where you're fighting in an amusement park and like all the rides and stuff are getting destroyed in the middle of the battle. It might be I think that'd be pretty cool. So yeah, I see Pomeranian, Doberman, Greyhound. I might go with Greyhound. So I hope that the Cornerian Army learned from their experiences in this arc. Also, the Army, Air Force, Marine Corps captain is about 3-4 ranks below colonel. I'm thinking of a captain in the Navy. Obviously, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely misremembering or whatever. But I'm pretty sure. If I make an idiot of myself, forgive me, but I'm pretty sure the rank of captain in the United States Navy is kind of roughly on the same level as a colonel in the Army, but any actual military personnel in the chat will probably cringe at me and correct me in the next 5 minutes. Feel free to. I could be wrong, and I probably am, but I'm under the impression that they're kind of the same thing. Not exactly, but they're kind of the same thing when you're comparing the rank of captain in the Navy. And Corneria uses Corneria doesn't use naval ranks, whereas Thosa uses naval ranks. Yeah. Okay, I'm right. Okay, cool. I'm not crazy. I'm right. All right, I'm right. Awesome. That's also why I changed, because in the comic, Shears, his rank was captain, but in the games, the Cornerian ranks don't seem to be naval ranks, so I changed him from captain to colonel. That's why he's Colonel Shears and not Captain Shears. Neil Lavar asks, will we be able to have a cinematic dedicated to Mew, Lynx, and Faye? You mean with just those two characters completely by themselves and no other characters? I don't, at the top of my head, I can't think of any cinematics off the top of my head where it's just those two the entire time by themselves. There's usually several other characters involved in some way. So I suppose yeah, I can't think of any off the top of my head where it's just those two by themselves. See, the battle-based meteor to me has always been one of the more interesting SNES locations. The meteor itself is so big, it's kind of like a moon. Yeah, the idea of like an amusement park or a theme park as like a battleground sounds really fun. So yeah, I've been looking forward to making that level for a really long time. It's also going to be the first level with the walker too, so that's going to be awesome. Man, a lot of people are messaging me on Discord today. Sorry, I'm replying to someone really quick. Anyway, sorry about that. A lot of people are trying to get my attention today because why not? Let's see, all right, I think I'm caught up with the chat. That's so sick, yeah. Yeah, I already know that the Y-Wing guy is already waiting to print out those walkers. All right, I saw more questions about Movie Fox. I don't know, maybe I'll answer that. I'll put it to a vote. Let's see, how do I do the little vote thing on YouTube? I am not seeing it in the little options thing. Let's see, engage with your audience. Is it in there? There we go, start a poll. Do you really want to hear... No, let me rephrase that question. Want an opinion on Movie Fox? Yes, no, alright, start poll. I'll let democracy answer. Oh, did I forget to put no as an option? Hang on. No, end poll. No. Oh, I did put no as an option. Okay, never mind. No, sorry. Let me put it up again. For some reason on my end, it said yes was the only option. So, I thought I forgot to actually put no, so... Wait, what the hell's going on? Did I break the stream, guys? What? Oh, God, I'm such a tech boomer. Hang on. Start a poll. Ask a question. Start poll. Okay, there we go. Anyway, I'll let that go for I'll let that go while I work on the model, and then I'll see what happens. I'll give that a few minutes. Oh, I accidentally started a Q&A. That's what I did wrong. Let me quit that. Okay. So I'll let the vote go along for a bit. Yeah, it still says, guys, is no actually showing up as an option? Because on my end, it doesn't say no as an option. It just says yes, which is unfair. Anyway, I'll keep... Oh, I might have to actually make the wings smaller. They're definitely at a higher angle, so... You know what I'll do is I'll delete one side and then I'll end up mirroring it. And let's bring it down here. And bring it up at more of an angle. And closer in. Alright. Alright, yeah, I think that's good. I'll go with that. Actually, it looks like it connects much lower than that, so let me lower it to maybe more about there. Alright, cool. Alright, yeah, I'll have it connect there. Alright, I think we almost got the general shape of the body done. So I'll probably have a gun coming off of here. The missile launcher's down there. I'm probably going to add some guns on the side there. I might have some weapons on the shield bits. But anyway, now I want to add some more detail to the body, because it's kind of basic right now. So I'm going to add... Oh yeah, and I want these to align, so I'm gonna have to do some of this a little bit higher. Okay, that's probably good. You know what? Maybe I will just make that a separate thing that goes in instead of... Nah, I want them to kind of align, so... Let's add an edge here, and add an edge there. And then I'll add, like, I don't think I'll have the bridge on the top. I'll probably have the bridge somewhere like in the core of the ship. Even though the Cornerian ships in 64, it seems like their bridges are on the top. It's kind of hard to determine where exactly the bridge is in the assault design, but I put it, actually ended up putting it right down in here. So there's where the bridge is on the assault design, or at least my take on the assault design, kind of in the core there. But in 64, it looks like the bridges are just right on the top. And then I'll add some more detail here. In a second, I'm going to need to be distracted for about a minute, so I'm apologizing in advance. I need to respond to someone on Discord really quick. I'll do that after I get these how I want them. Oh, Maya. And I'll have those come out, I think. And I'll have them slightly angular instead of, yeah, awesome. Alright, so yeah, added some detail there. Oh, it's kind of looking like a, let me move these back first. The back of the ship is starting to look kind of like a Tholian ship, actually. Yeah, that kind of looks a bit like a Tholian ship from behind. That's kind of funny. That wasn't intentional, but maybe I'll, yeah, you know what? I should do a boss at some point that kind of references the Atholian web. That might be a cool idea. I don't think it'll be this one, because this boss kind of has its behavior from Star Fox 2, but I might have some kind of Tholian web boss in the future for those that know what I'm referencing. I think that might be an interesting idea. I'm not sure how I'd pull that off in the engine, but I got a few ideas. Kind of using the same principle as the electric beams between Andross's eyes and his brain. I think I can actually make something like that work in the engine. All right, so yeah, I want to add a little bit more detail here, and then I need to check something on Discord really quick. And then I will see the results of the poll after that. Yeah, I'll have that go in like that. I might even make that a potential weak point. Because, yeah, there's going to be a weak point on the front here, I think. At least there probably should, if I'm going with the original design. I almost feel like that's kind of a really easy spot for a weak point, though. So, I don't know. I might actually not end up having a weak point on the front there, but maybe I will. Anyway, I want to add some more detail to here. So I'm going to do this, and this, and this. And I'm going to do this, and this, and this. And I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to do that. Awesome. Now there's a bit more detail back there. And then I want to add some detail down here. Although the shield things connect here. I believe they connect somewhere at the top here and then at the bottom here. Let me check the footage really quick. Yeah, no, I got it in reverse. They connect down here and then up here, so I need to keep that in mind when I add some detail to the side there. But I want to add some detail to the bottom first. Oh, whoops, did not mean to do that. Actually, you know what? No, I did mean to do that. Let me do that again. I did mean to do that. That looked kind of good. Yeah. I'll make that match the top a little bit. Alright, cool. I did mean to do that. That looks good. But I did mean to do something else down here, so just want this part to be a little like that, and then I'll have it come out. Whoops. Awesome. There we go. Now we're getting some more detail down there. Alright, cool. Now, what should I do with this part here? I think I'm just going to have it be one large... whoops. Come on, Maya. Yeah, let me extrude there as one piece, and I'll have those come out like the other parts. Alright, cool. I might have some guns attached to the back there for when if the player gets behind the boss. Yeah, it is kind of looking more like a more mechanical looking Tholian ship there. That's funny. And then I might keep this side relatively blank and have like a kind of like a paint, like a texture detail there. And I might have little turrets along there. So let me put little platforms for them. I might not put turrets there, but I'm going to put little platforms there for the mounts to be on if I do decide to have turrets there. Extrude. And I'll have those be a little more diagonal. Alright, cool. So I might put some turrets on there, some backwards facing turrets. Yeah, that's looking all right. All right, let's check the chat, and then I need to check Discord for a bit. Oh God, yeah, I think I might already know the results of the vote. Let's see, D-Man. Oh, hey D-Man. Hey, I don't think I ever asked this on the Discord, but do you use any inspiration for your stories while trying to maintain a unique approach? I mean, I think it's kind of impossible to not be influenced by everything that a person's seen. So I think it's fair to say there's influence from like everything I've seen. I don't know that I really actually believe in the idea of something completely unique, like in a vacuum. To me, humans are more like DJs. They take things in creation and they kind of change them in a way that's more than the sum of their parts. At least if they do a good job, it becomes something that's more than the sum of its parts. So I guess I do have quite a lot of different influences. Some of them I'm probably not even aware of. It's probably a subconscious thing, but yeah, I don't think you asked that in the Discord, D-Man. And if you did, I missed it somehow. So there, I answered it finally. Definitely put some point defense guns in the back for there's probably gonna I'm gonna have turrets of some kind on the back of the ship. I'm just not sure if I'm gonna put 4 separate turrets in that on those mounts or on those platforms for the mounts. All right, I need to check Discord really quick. So if it seems like I'm not doing anything or ignoring you guys, that's not the case. I'm just checking something really quick. Oh. Sorry, guys. Boring downtime. Just give me a minute. All right. I had to check something on Discord really quick. All right, so it looks like even though I can't see no as an option, it says yeah. Oh, now I'm a dumbass. I need to click on the thing so it showed all the options in the poll. I'm a dumb. Oh, no. It's mostly yes. Only 32 people said no. All right. Well, I'll let the poll go for another minute while I look at some of the other questions. Maybe the no's will go up a little bit. See, in Star Wars, the CR-90 Corvettes are depicted as fast ships because of the enormous number of engines. Is the CR-90 Corvette the Tantive ship? Or am I mixing it up with another one? Because if I remember right, that ship is still pretty small, or at least it's usually portrayed small in different Star Wars games. Maybe it's bigger than they portrayed in some of the games, but unless I just have the completely wrong ship in mind, and the CR-90 is a different ship. So correct me if I'm wrong on that. Question from the Y-Wing guy. The R-Wing Interceptor, is it the same size as a normal R-Wing or slightly smaller? It's the G diffusers on it are the same size as the G diffusers on it are the same size as the Mark II R-Wing, because they basically are the G diffusers that were used on the Mark II R-Wing. I think the overall size is a little bit smaller, but not much smaller, I think. So yes, the Tantive 4 is okay. So yeah, I was super nerdy, and I remembered what that was. I'm under the impression that ship is relatively small, though. My brain might just be thinking it's really small because the Imperial Star Destroyer is so freaking huge compared to it. Maybe it is larger than I think it is, but I was under the impression that's why it's classified as a Corvette, because it's kind of the right size. I mean, when you're dealing with stuff in space, it's kind of hard to directly translate naval designations to things in space, but Star Fox is not really accurate at all to how space works. So, I mean, on that subject, I recently saw people flying around in space, with the cockpit thing open, not suffocating. So I think it's fair to say that Star Fox doesn't really treat space as how our understanding of space right now. See, will Star Wolf have more player abilities if they show up again? It would make sense if they have new stuff in each subsequent boss fights. I mean, they're gonna have the Mark II Wolfen when they show up in the Star Fox 2 campaign. By player, what exactly do you mean by player abilities, though? Because in the Ficina level, they technically, in air quotes, already have equivalents of the weapons that the player has at that point. The Y-Wing guy, dude, that scene made me. I think we know what the results of the poll are gonna be. I'm gonna have to talk about it. I don't want to, but that scene made me. All right, at least I'm not alone. At least I'm not alone at the kind of cringe. Yeah. Star Fox doesn't take space as it doesn't treat space as space. To be fair, though, even Star Wars doesn't. Star Trek, despite its best efforts, doesn't. And I'll be honest, I don't think, unless a science fiction movie or game very explicitly says we are trying to be as realistic as possible with how space works, if they do not state that as a goal, I don't think it's fair to point out the lack of accuracy in a game or a movie for how the mechanics of a vacuum of space is portrayed. Because frankly, even Star Wars and Star Trek, they don't accurately portray space, and that's fine. Star Wars never had a mission objective of doing that. Star Trek kind of does. So you could kind of, give a side eye at Star Trek and be like, you can kind of wag a finger at Star Trek a little bit, because there is that pretense in Star Trek of trying to accurately represent our understanding of the universe. But Star Fox never never made, never had that mission objective of accurately portraying outer space. So I don't think it's fair to look at the Star Fox games and be like, that's not how planets work. That's not how. I don't think that's fair, and I will not hold that against the Mario movie also. But like Mr. Y-Wing guy there, I might have cringed a little bit. There might have been part of me that just winced a little bit at that scene. But I'll give the little vote a bit more time before I give in. It's looking like we know the results already, though. No did go up 1%, and then it went back down. So there's someone else out there who wisely doesn't want to hear what I have to say. Blue Fox Gamer Glitch says, I made a website for the Star Fox fandom. Oh, cool. You can post the link to it in the chat if you want, so people can come check it out. I'll check it out when I get a chance too. Is it like a general Star Fox like website, or is it like a news kind of website? I guess I'll find out when I look at it. Keep it a surprise. I'll find out when I look at it. See, that Y-Wing guy says, I'm right there with you. I sunk low into... I see why my wife was confused with... Yeah, my fiance, Lizzie, she's not really into Star Fox 2, so I think she was kind of confused. She's... I don't know if she quite relates to some of my reactions, but Y-Wing guy, I have a feeling we're in the minority, so maybe we'll chat a little bit after the stream, because I wouldn't mind chatting with someone who might be on a similar wavelength to me. I have a feeling a lot of people probably didn't sink into their seats at that scene like we did. It's useless to stand against the vote. Yes, unfortunately, I gave up my authoritarian powers of the stream, or my vassal powers, because technically YouTube has the authoritarian powers. I gave up my vassal powers over the stream and allowed democracy to flourish, and it has completely turned against me. I think we are. Let's be safe about this. All right. You know, should I just rip the Band-Aid off? Should I end the vote and just kind of rip the Band-Aid off and get it over with? Yeah, the vote isn't budging. I think it's time to end the poll. All right. All right, I will end the poll now. Seems like 70% of my audience wants to hear my opinion. I very much appreciate that. Just know, before I say anything, that my opinion shouldn't matter. So... Alright, here we go. So, for the last few days, a bunch of people have been asking me my opinion on something that happened recently. A particular character from Star Fox showed up in a movie. And I've kind of kept quiet on it. One, because I don't really know if it's appropriate to kind of share my opinion. But people are asking. I even put it to a vote. And 70% of my audience wants to hear what I have to say. So let me think about this for a second before I say anything. Before I say anything, I just want to say that I do not intend to throw any shade at Illumination Studios. I am not intending to throw any shade at the modelers and artists and animators, any of the people that worked on this film. Apologize about the shining light in the background again if it's bothering you guys. So yeah, I'm not throwing any shade at the people that worked on this movie. I'm not throwing shade at the voice actor who voiced Fox. My intention is not to throw any shade at any of the people who worked on this movie. As an artist myself, I can recognize that these people put in an effort. They did the best job of what they set out to do. They put time and effort into it. People probably really cared. And I don't want to take that away from any of the people that worked on the movie and adapted Fox McCloud for a movie. So please keep that in mind, because I'm going to potentially say several things in the next few minutes that might sound like I'm throwing shade at the film and the people that worked on it. That's not my intention. I commend them for what they did. And to their credit, a lot of people seem to be very happy with the result. And at the end of the day, that's probably what matters, not what I think. I also want to say that I am not in any way throwing any shade at Star Fox fans, too. And it might sound like in the next few minutes that I might be throwing some shade at Star Fox fans. That's not my intention. All good vibes here. So let me think for a second before I say anything else, because I want to make sure I have all of this out before I say anything. Okay, so please keep that in mind, that everything I'm about to say is just my opinion. And I do not want to insult any of the people that worked on the movie, and I don't want to insult any of the people that enjoyed the movie. With that being said, I will say that with that being said, I will say to kind of prep you guys for the more detailed opinion, that I had to walk out of the movie, and then I had to walk out from watching it. And then I had to look scenes up later on. Anyway, so actually I probably should have started a little bit later than that. So I'll just rip the Band-Aid off. In my humble opinion, this is not an accurate portrayal of Fox McCloud. My professional way of saying this is something along the lines of, this character seems more like Falco and less like Fox. And I didn't really like that. And I don't think I have any interest in seeing this particular version of the character in future installments. That's kind of my professional, like, surface level opinion. Now, to be fair to the movie and to the studios, there's a bunch of different versions of famous characters. I was saying to someone else last night, there's a bunch of different versions of Batman. You know, there's tons of different versions of Batman, and they're not all like each other. There's the Adam West Batman, who's awesome and hilarious. There's, you know, the Tim Burton's version of Batman, you know, Michael Keaton. There's Christian Bale's Batman. There's a bunch of different versions of Batman. There's a bunch of different versions of other characters, and there's nothing wrong with multiple versions of Fox McCloud existing. So I don't think it's a problem that this movie has a different version of Fox McCloud that is different from Fox McCloud in the games. So I'll say that. The fact that this Fox McCloud is not entirely accurate is actually not a problem. Of course, Kevin Conroy's... How could I forget Kevin Conroy's Batman? The animated Batman, yes. There's a bunch of different Batmans. They all kind of have some general similarities, but they all have very distinct differences from each other that make them all their own different Batman. That is a thing that's possible with Fox McCloud. So the fact that this Fox McCloud is not quite like the one from the games isn't necessarily a problem. So I guess that's also another part of my general opinion, is, to me, this is not an accurate version of Fox McCloud. And in my humble opinion, I'm actually kind of surprised that so many people seem to think it is. And I'll give some examples in a minute. But just to go back to the point of different versions of the characters, just to also preface my opinion, like, I've made changes to the Star Fox characters in my stuff. A Fox in Space has that version of Fox McCloud and those versions of the characters, that have his sort of ideas and stuff in them. So again, it's not necessarily a problem or even a bad thing that there's this different version of Fox McCloud. Where I'm kind of more baffled is that it seems like most people think this is a really, really accurate, and I've heard the word perfect thrown around quite a bit, like basically flawless interpretation of the character, and I have to respectfully disagree. He has a lot more in common with Falco, and to me, the character he reminds me the most. Someone else made me realize this last night. It didn't hit me until last night. I was talking with someone else, and then it hit me. I'm like, oh, that's who he reminds me of. This particular version of Fox McCloud reminds me of the animated Link from, the Excuse Me Princess Link from the cartoon. Now that I think about it, I'm kind of surprised we didn't get an Excuse Me Princess to Peach. Like, he kind of reminds me a bit of, maybe not quite that extreme, but he's not, Fox McCloud is not cocky. He's not arrogant. He's not really a show-off. He's not an emotional, he doesn't really express his emotions in very obvious ways, and I will get back to that, because that to me is the biggest, oh no, this isn't Fox to me. I'm gonna circle back around to that. So the Fox in this movie has a lot of traits I associate with Falco. Someone in the audience said the CDI, no, not the CDI Zelda, the cartoon one, the one from the Zelda cartoon. The CDI one's a little bit different. That's not the one I was talking about. I should also say the Link from the cartoon I actually really like a lot. I like that version of Link a ton. I really like the Excuse Me Princess Link. So even though I'm comparing this Fox McCloud to that character, that's not necessarily a bad thing. My argument is more so that this is not Fox McCloud, and I would say they missed the mark a bit, and I'm kind of surprised that people don't seem to think that. Now, my feeling on the matter is that with Star Fox fans, I understand. It's been a long time since there's been a Star Fox game. It's been, 10 years now? And it's been even longer since there was a really good Star Fox game. So I kind of understand that Star Fox fans probably miss Star Fox a lot, and they're just really happy to see a Star Fox thing on a movie screen. I won't try to take that away from people. And I have a feeling because it's been such a long time since there's been Star Fox things, when people are seeing new Star Fox things, I have a feeling they're probably being more forgiving of it than they would be if that wasn't the case. So again, I don't want to throw any shades at fans. But in my humble opinion, it's not an accurate version of Fox at all. Actually, I'll use an example to me. An example from the movie that I think kind of expresses what I'm trying to get at best. There's a scene in the movie where the R-Wing is damaged or wrecked. And coincidentally, there's a very similar scene in Star Fox Event Horizon. And if you watch those two scenes and compare them to each other, you can probably see where I'm going to go. Anyway, in the movie, let's just say that Fox reacts to the situation in a very emotional way, and he seems strangely attached to the R-Wing. Now, I've played all the Star Fox games with the exception of Starlink. And in my opinion, in the games, he never really had an attachment to any of the R-Wings. In fact, he gets a new R-Wing in almost every game. He kind of, he gets rid of an R-Wing, and then he gets, in between, Adventures and Assault, he has a new R-Wing. In Command, they all get new R-Wings. I never really got the impression that he had, some kind of emotional attachment to the R-Wing. I've heard some people say that, it's because, it was given to him by his father. Now, maybe I missed that detail in the movie. Maybe that's a case in the movie. In the games, though, he didn't get his R-Wing from his father. In the original Star Fox game, his father disappeared in a black hole in the R-Wing. And in Star Fox 64, his father got blowed up in the R-Wing. I mean, to the point where his father's ghost is flying in a ghost R-Wing. So I was always under the impression that either Slippy built the R-Wings or they just bought them, like, probably from Space Dynamics. There never really seemed to be, like, an emotional attachment between Fox and the R-Wing. And I thought that was a bit strange. I'm not sure where that idea came from, but it didn't come from the games. So that already was a bit off-putting to me. I thought that was a bit out of character. And then the... Alright, let's just say... Fox cries, kind of. Now... He's never openly cried in any of the games, and there is one moment where it looks like he's going to, and it's in Star Fox Assault when he thinks Peppy is dead. You know, and when Peppy crashes the Great Fox. There's that brief moment where it looks like Fox is actually going to have an emotional reaction to what's going on. And rightfully so. He thinks Peppy just died. There's that brief moment where it looks like he's about to start crying, and then he's like, no. I'm stronger than this. I'm going to focus on the job and get it done, even though it seems like everything is hopeless. Peppy probably just died. I'm going to control my emotions and get the job done. He looks like he's about to cry, and then he snaps out of it. And that's it. That's it's a really good scene in Assault, actually. So to see Fox kind of cry over a damaged R-Wing feels extremely out of character to me. Not necessarily that it's a bad thing. Again, this is a different version of Fox. It's not the Fox from the video games. I don't think Fox would react like that. I think he would, if, you know, I don't want to draw attention to myself, I think he would react how he did in Star Fox Event Horizon, where he crashed the R-Wing. He has that moment of, oh shit, my R-Wing's wrecked. And keep in mind, in the context of Event Horizon, Peppy and Slippy might be dead. He doesn't know. He's lost contact with them. A freaking EMP just exploded. They might have crashed and died. So there's that moment where he's kind of just like doesn't know what to think of what's going on. And then when he hears the sharp claws, he gets back into it and he snaps back into it. Same thing when Farrah dies. He cuts off communications and he just... To me, when something bad happens to Fox, his way of dealing with it is to kind of mask and steel himself to it. And I don't... To me, Fox is a stoic character. I don't know how else to put it. Not stoic in the sense that he's emotionless. Like, he's not like a Vulcan. Like, he has emotions. He just doesn't... He masks and hides them and doesn't express them in a very public way amongst others. And I was really, really off-put by that in the movie. And then I was really off-put by that. And I told myself, you know, this is a different version of Fox McCloud. It's not the one from the games. So I kind of just compartmentalized that. And as far as the appearance goes, that's a completely, you know, personal preference thing. I don't really like his appearance in the movie. It's the Illumination style. He was gonna look something like that. There's no getting around that. Something about the fact that his eyes get so big and then, you know, his pupils and his irises get really small. That's a small thing that really bothered me, but I don't know if there's anything else I want to say. So that's my opinion. I don't think it was an accurate version of the character, but that's okay. It's just a different version of the character. It's their version, just in the same way that, you know, I have my version, A Fox in Space has that version, Command has its own version of the character. Like, multiple different versions of the character can exist. I don't particularly like this interpretation of the character, and I personally am not interested in seeing more versions of that character. And I will say that I'm a bit surprised that, not that people like this particular version of the character, but more so that people think this is an accurate version of the character. That kind of confuses me a little bit, but and again, like I said it before I started going into detail, I'm not throwing any shade at the people who worked on the movie or the people that liked the movie. They clearly put a lot of work into it. I'm not throwing any shade at the voice actor either. He's fine. I think he sounds a little bit too old for the role, but again, it's a different version of Fox, so that's kind of my general opinion. I didn't like it, and I've kind of lost interest in seeing the future versions of the Illumination version of the character. Now, there's rumors a Star Fox game is coming out pretty soon, or at least they're going to announce it. I don't know if those rumors are true. I never, ever trust rumors. For years, I heard Chris Hemsworth was Fox McCloud for real, guys, and obviously he isn't. Actually, a quick segue or detour from that. On that note, one thing that kind of made me feel a bit sad is I actually think Chris Pratt would have been a perfect Fox McCloud. So it was I felt a bit sad. I'm like, Chris Pratt, he's in this movie. He should have been Fox McCloud, not Mario. I'm pretty sure I said something along the line, like 10 years ago, I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of Chris Pratt I think would probably be a decent voice for Fox McCloud. So that's just another little unfortunate turn of events that kind of made me a bit sad. I'm sitting there and I'm like, Chris Pratt is in a movie with Fox McCloud. He should be Fox McCloud, not Mario. Like, what a weird turn of events. But so that was just another thing. That was just another thing to throw out there. Now I forgot what I was saying before that, but Nintendo's allegedly in the process of making a new Star Fox game. And it's possible that version will not be like the Illumination version of the character. We'll see. So maybe that'll be more interesting. At least, or more interesting for me anyway. Maybe it won't. I will find out. But yeah, long story short, I didn't like it. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know if I lost half my audience or not, but I didn't like it. I'm sorry. It could have been worse. I've seen some pretty terrible adaptations of characters from video games and novels before. It wasn't horrible. I will say, I think a good way to sum up my opinion of that particular Fox McCloud is it wasn't horrible, but it was distracting to the point where I couldn't really pay attention to the movie. His differences were distracting. And that's my opinion. And I don't know, maybe as time goes on and, maybe more Star Fox video games come out, people will look back at the movie and be like, yeah, maybe that wasn't, the most accurate depiction of the character. I don't know. Maybe not. Pratt and Powell are too old for the character. Yeah, Pratt's probably too old now, but my opinion of that was from 12 years ago. I think whenever the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie came out, because to me, Guardians of the Galaxy is a Star Fox movie. That's the closest thing that I can think of to an actual Star Fox movie is the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. And while the characters in that particular movie, they're different enough from the Star Fox team to not be perfectly analogous, I thought at the time that Chris Pratt probably could have pulled off a decent Fox McCloud. You are right, though, he might be too old now. I'd have to hear him actually do a Fox McCloud. I'd actually have to hear him now to kind of see if my opinions changed or not. But I just thought that was kind of a sad irony that, oh, Chris Pratt did end up in a movie with Fox McCloud, but he's not Fox McCloud, even though I said 12 years ago you think he'd probably be a decent Fox McCloud. So that was just kind of one of those weird twists of fate that distracted me while I was watching scenes from that movie. So yeah, I don't know if I have anything else to say on the matter. Hopefully I didn't lose half my audience. Let me try looking at the chat some more, because I kind of kind of got distracted trying to think of what to say while I was going on about that. But yeah. See, I'm probably mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry. Kabio. They said he was like the Han Solo in the Mario Galaxy movie. I can definitely see that. I don't think Fox is like Han Solo. Again, Falco is a bit closer to Han Solo than Fox. He's not like this snarmy. He's not Han Solo. Han Solo becomes more like Fox later on, though, so I don't know. Maybe they'll do that in future Star Fox movies. Maybe they'll have this Fox McCloud become a little less like he is in later movies. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in it, so I might not find out. But I definitely, like, if they said that, if they said he's like Han Solo, then yeah, I see that. But that tells me that their thinking was, let's make him like Han Solo, not like Fox McCloud. So to me, that's already a misguided objective. And I guess also on that note, it's not even just Fox McCloud. This is the things I just described. I feel probably apply to all the Mario characters too. Now I've said on streams before, I'm not really interested in Mario. I don't know a ton of things about Mario. The only Mario game I've ever played is Super Mario 64 and a little bit of it was the one on the Game Boy. I think it's Super Mario World or Super Mario Land. Oh, I've played the Mario Kart games, but my knowledge and experience with Mario is relatively limited. But even I, as someone who doesn't know much about Mario, even I could tell that the Princess Peach in those movies is not like Princess Peach in the games. So it's not even just Fox McCloud. Just in general, they've changed all of those characters to suit whatever their goals for the movies were. So I have a feeling if I was a Mario fan, I probably would have felt the same thing about, the Mario characters too. I probably would have been distracted by like the subtle and both the subtle and gross differences between the different versions of them in the games and the versions in the movie. Just obviously, I'm much more familiar with Star Fox, and I'm much more attached to Star Fox. So seeing a different version of the character, I'm gonna focus on that more than the other characters I'm not really nearly as familiar with. So yeah, like if you enjoyed the movie, like there's nothing wrong with that. I would just contend, if anyone says this is a really good and accurate adaptation of Fox McCloud, I will contend with that. I don't agree. If you like this version of Fox McCloud, like I can't disagree with you there. I'm like, oh cool, you like that version of Fox. I like the cartoon version of Link. Most people don't like that. Like, that's fine if you think this is a really interesting version of Fox. I will just contend with the notion that this is a faithful adaptation of him is all. I'm not going to, though, because I don't think people care. So, I mean, I kind of just did over the last, 10 minutes. But yeah, that's my opinion. Hopefully I didn't lose half my audience. I will say the reason I preface this with so much is because, with so much, prefacing, is because in the past, people have asked my opinions on other Nintendo things, like with the Zelda games. And I've been very, I was very blunt. I was like, I don't like this Zelda thing. I don't like that Zelda thing. I don't like how this turned out in this Zelda game. And people, they didn't really agree with my opinion, and they kind of reacted badly. So I just want to make sure that people understand I'm not attacking people. I'm not even attacking the people that worked on it. They had goals that I don't agree with, and it worked out for them. I think the movie's made a ton of money. Star Fox is trending, I think, more than it ever has since the internet's existed. So despite the fact that I did not like this movie and I did not like this version of Fox McCloud, there might still end up being positive effects downstream of it. We'll see. Hopefully it brings more people to Event Horizon. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. I didn't like it, and I don't think I'm gonna see. If Illumination, if a different studio makes a Star Fox movie, even if it's like the Fox McCloud from that movie, but a different studio makes it, which I don't think is gonna happen. But if a different studio made it, I might give it a chance just to see what a different studio does. But if Illumination makes a Star Fox movie, I'm probably gonna skip it. Just based on what I saw in the Mario movie. It's not for me. I'll probably skip it. I'll also probably skip it because I'm probably just gonna, if that movie ever gets made, it's just through osmosis. I'm just gonna learn everything about it anyway, just because. I won't have to pay money and go to a theater to see it. It's just gonna enter my brain from osmosis from the internet, so I won't have to go see it. See, Toontone says, we should just make a Star Fox movie. What say you, chat? I was saying yesterday in Toasted Max stream, like if I went back in time with all the knowledge I have now, I probably would have actually just made a Star Fox movie, like an hour to hour and a half Star Fox movie instead of a whole freaking game. Even though, like I was saying yesterday too, the game, making a game probably was the better idea. But I think I would have been able to make a movie in a better time frame. So I see Headhunter in the audience says, "Oh hell yeah, a Star Fox movie would need a radically different tone." Yeah. So let me say this much: the Mario movie is it is a comedy. It's obviously trying to be funny. So this particular version of Fox McCloud is like a parody or like a comedy version of him. Okay, I guess that kind of works, but yeah, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in a comedy parody version of Fox. And also, I personally just didn't find a lot of the things that funny. Like I was saying with Y-Wing guy earlier in the chat, there's a scene in the movie that made me kind of recede into my seat and cringe. Like there's this, I didn't find it funny. It was just kind of but you know, the movie's made for kids. It's not made. Obviously, they kept Star Fox fans in mind, but I really think their objective was actually to get people who've never heard of Star Fox aware of Star Fox existing. Which that's the goal of like many movie studios now. They're always trying to find new people to become interested in their stuff. So I'm not surprised that was their goal. Their goal wasn't to faithfully adapt. I mean, it wasn't even a Star Fox movie. It was a Mario movie. So it wasn't to faithfully adapt Star Fox. It was to hit a bunch of bullet points that they felt would get people interested that probably were not familiar with or not like really into Star Fox or not even heard of him or heard of the games. Because based on some of the things I've seen, I think a lot of people like didn't even know Fox McCloud existed before they went into the movie. I've seen quite a few people saying like, I didn't even know who this guy was. I didn't know Star Fox existed, which kind of hurts in a weird way. Like Star Fox has fallen so far that there's like an entire generation of people who don't even know it exists. That's like so sad to me. Like they've let Star Fox just kind of rot for so long that to see so many people like, oh, I didn't know Fox existed. I'm gonna look into the Star Fox games now. Like that's crazy that things had declined that much that there's that many people who didn't even know Star Fox existed before they saw the movie. So yeah, I forgot what the original point of that was. I probably should get back to the mod. Man, doing these dev streams, I get so sidetracked with the chat that I don't really get any work done. I'm sorry, guys. Although, hopefully you guys are enjoying the streams and me not actually getting the model done, but... See, Retzi says, I think the closest thing to a Star Fox movie is the OG Star Wars movie, at least tonally. I would agree tonally. I mean, especially the original Star Fox and Star Fox 64, they're clearly inspired by Star Wars. Like, the R-Wing's name is kind of an indirect reference to Star Wars too. Like it's obvious they were trying to make their own version of Star Wars. So I agree tonally. In hindsight though, to me the best the best version of Star Fox that would probably appeal to the most people would probably be something like the original Guardians of the Galaxy movie, the one from like 12 years ago, with a few minor tweaks. That's probably the closest thing I can think of to like a Star Fox movie that I think would relatively satisfy the most amount of people. Maybe I'm wrong though, so I don't know. That's just kind of my thoughts on an existing movie that kind of feels like a Star Fox movie. Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, even Chris Pratt in the Guardians of the Galaxy movie, like, his emotional reactions are very kind of low, like, they only happen at really heavy stuff in those movies, you know, with his mother. Yeah, basically both times surrounding his mother. Like, Star-Lord doesn't just start crying because, you know, he wrecked his ship. Like, so, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, Star-Lord from the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, ironically, is a much more faithful adaptation of Fox McCloud, which is just funny because the actor's in the new movie. It's just weird how that turned out. Now, Star-Lord from that movie, it isn't perfect. There's definitely enough differences between him and Fox McCloud, but he's much closer to what I would consider an adaptation of Fox McCloud than the Illumination movie. Like even the fact that, you know, when Star-Lord does actually have an emotional reaction, you can see it coming, and then he kind of just like steals himself a bit. he kind of masks a bit. Are we going to talk about the movies the entire stream, not complaining to? See, that's why I put the vote up first, because I had a feeling if I started talking about this stuff, it might be off-putting to people. So I apologize. I'll end the movie talk there, and we'll get back to modeling. So I think I've said enough on the matter. I don't know. You guys can clip this and, I don't know, make fun of me or whatever for not liking the movie. But let's get back to the model. So hopefully that'll stop people asking me that question, because people have been asking me that question. I'll understand, like, I'm not blaming people for asking me that question. I'm honored that people are curious what I think, because I personally don't think my opinion's that important, and it really shouldn't matter. But I'm thankful that people actually kind of seem to care what I think, though. So that's cool. Even though I find that question being asked over and over to me kind of annoying, I'm still appreciative of, you know, people wondering. I think I'm just repeating myself now, so I'll stop. Thank you guys for taking an interest in my weird opinions, my hipster opinions. Anyway, I'm gonna add the little kind of impulse thruster thing on the back here now. I guess when I'm done with the stream, because I don't know how long I just kind of rambled for. I have a feeling I probably rambled longer than I intended. Oops. But yeah, Y-Wing guy, if you're still listening, just message me on Discord. I wouldn't mind talking to you after the stream. I haven't really talked about that much, because I've kind of kept silent. Anyway, let's add the thruster. You know, I'm kind of glad I got to talk about that for a bit. I feel like I kind of, as Estelle would say, I got it out in the air. I got my spirit out in the air, as Estelle would say. Let's see what you guys are asking stuff. See, honestly, I already said it before, but as a longtime Star Wars nerd, I always thought Event Horizon is already so much better Star Wars movie than the sequel. I'll take that as a high honor. I took influence from Star Wars specifically for the Lilat Wars in Event Horizon, both with like the aesthetics and the tone, and kind of, you know, the soundtrack, the music in the Lilat Wars is very much, you know, John Williams inspired too. So the Lilat Wars in particular, because in my personal opinion, Star Fox 64 was inspired a lot by, you know, Star Wars, which was very popular. Star Wars still is popular despite everything going on. Star Wars has always been popular, but So I would definitely say with Soria and some of the later stuff though, I have drifted away from Star Wars into other kind of sci-fi influences. Obviously the Star Wars DNA is still there. But like with Soria, like a lot of the music, I tried to make the music sound a lot more kind of a lot more tribal rather than kind of like John Williams' orchestral star. I wanted to give that impression of like you're in a place that hasn't quite developed the common idea of civilization yet, and there's a bunch of hostile monsters and dinosaurs there. So I kind of went with a more it took some influence from The Mummy because of course I did. So a lot more influence from some more like swashbuckly, pulpy adventure kind of movies than Star Wars. Although I would say the first Star Wars movie is pretty swashbuckly. It's not like super swashbuckly, but it has kind of that swashbuckly DNA in it that kind of goes away in Empire Strikes Back. Like the first Star Wars movie definitely has that. Oh, we're going on an awesome adventure, and that kind of. I don't even know how to put it into words other than it has that kind of swashbuckly feel to it. That's not in Empire Strikes Back or any of the other Star Wars movies for that matter. Like Empire Strikes Back does not feel swashbuckly at all. And that's not a slight against Empire Strikes Back. I think Empire Strikes Back is a really well done movie. There's times I think it is better than the first Star Wars movie. But it's just not swashbuckly is all. Yeah, a lot of influence from some pirate movies. Not necessarily Pirates of the Caribbean. Some of the older pirate movies. Influence from the Three Musketeers, the various Three Musketeer movies. The one with Michael York especially. Is it? Did I get his name wrong? Is it Michael York? I think it's Michael York. The guy with the big chin who was also in Babylon 5. He was in the 70s. The Three Musketeers movie with Christopher Lee. Had quite a bit of inspiration from that, which is funny because that movie is actually a comedy. See, Y-Wing guy says, sounds good to me. I'm at home currently. All right, I might bother you a bit after the stream. I don't know if you want to talk about some of the movie stuff, because when you said you receded into your seat at the scene I was referencing, I'm like, there's a guy who I think gets me. Yeah, there's a little bit of cringe that I couldn't get past. I really love John Williams' inspired soundtrack for Event Horizon. The music for Moon Mountain Pass is so far my favorite. Yeah, I mean it's kind of hard to escape the John Williams influence. Although I would argue that John Williams himself, and by proxy, a lot of other composers that have emulated him, John Williams himself really does seem to be heavily influenced by Gustav Holst. Holst, I don't know how to say his last name. The guy who made the Planets symphony back in, I think it was the 1910s, actually. And I absolutely love Gustav Holst. So I guess it's probably more fair to say that it's Gustav Holst inspired than rather than John Williams, because John Williams has definitely taken a ton of inspiration from Gustav Holst. And therefore, all that inspiration is kind of bled into a lot of other soundtracks that are inspired by John Williams. I would say thank you, but I didn't actually compose the music in my Star Fox game, so thank the composers, not me. I guess, I was the one that had that intention, so I guess you could make me having that goal, but technically I did not compose any of the music in the game. I'm not a musical person as far as like creating music, so. Said, personally love a Star Fox movie, but I feel like it has to be done right. Yeah, I mean, this is just me personally. Obviously, this doesn't apply to other people, but like, I think I'm kind of at a point in my life where I'm kind of just happy working on Event Horizon, so I actually don't know if I really need any new Star Fox stuff. I think I'm like, I'm making Event Horizon, and then when it's done, I'll probably just move on with my life. I don't know. Like, That's just me personally. Obviously, not every Star Fox fan is making a Star Fox game, and they kind of they have to go with what exists. But like, I'm kind of, for me personally, I don't know if I need, in air quotes, I need to quote Evil Cooper from Twin Peaks. I don't need. I guess I'd want a cool Star Fox movie, but I don't think I need one. I think I'm kind of just satisfied working on Event Horizon in my little corner of the internet, with a bunch of awesome voice actors. But yeah, if one was made, it would have to be done right. And I don't know, maybe they'll get a different studio that's not Illumination to make it. I mean, look at the Zelda movie. They made that, they made the first Mario movie, and it was super successful. And instead of getting Illumination to do their Zelda movie, they went with a completely different studio, and it's like a live-action movie. So it's entirely possible that Nintendo will get a studio other than Illumination to make a Star Fox movie. I don't think it would make sense. Like, I feel like they would probably want to continue the stuff they started with the Mario movie. But Nintendo does all kinds of weird things, so who knows? Maybe they will get a different studio. I don't know. If they did, I don't know if they'd bring over that version from the Mario movie, though, because just from weird legal problems that might happen with Illumination. But, I'm not an expert at law, so I don't know. I don't know. There might be something in the... there might be something in the contract between Nintendo and Illumination where they're like, you rescind the rights to this particular version of Fox McCloud, if we want to use him somewhere else or something. So I don't know. Anything's possible, I guess. The world is so strange right now, anything's possible. They could do a fucking live-action Star Fox movie with puppets. I don't know. Who knows? Let's see. In regards to the Event Horizon soundtrack, I always thought the crazy unused dubstep music from the update version is still in the game. The game sounded funny, even just because... Well, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually finally just got rid of all of that old placeholder music last night, right before I went to sleep. So that's the last thing I did before I went to sleep and woke up today. It was all just a bunch of like old kind of placeholder music for me to kind of get the feel of things. Which is why I abandoned it, because I agree, a lot of it was probably a little bit... didn't really quite sound, it just didn't quite sound what I was going for exactly. But yeah, they're in the version on Gnosis right now. There's a lot of old placeholder music still in the music folder. I did finally get rid of it all, though, last night. So it's just funny timing. It's funny that you mentioned that, because that's fresh in my mind. So I think I'll have these indented here. Or no, I'll have them come out like that. Yeah. Yeah, and then I'll have another like extruding bit like that. All right, cool. Now, I'm wondering if I should have any like visible windows on the ship, or if it should just be completely enclosed. Actually, on these Cornerian ships, and this is partially because the designs in 64 also seem to have this. I kept like actual windows on the ship. There's just the bridge here. I kept windows on the ship at a minimum, and on the Assault and Smash Brothers Brawl designs. Same thing with the carrier. There's like no real windows on it. Because it seems like the 64 designs do have little windows on, at least in the 3DS version of them, but they're very sparse. There's not a lot of them. So I kind of kept windows to a minimum, but I'm actually suspecting even the bridge on the ship won't have, it'll be like completely like concealed in the middle maybe. I don't think I'm going to have any windows on this. But maybe I'll put some. I don't know. Seems like the purpose of the ship is to be like highly, defensive and resistant to damage. So I feel like they would minimize, that possibility by not having any potential weak points with windows. Now, kind of like in Star Trek, in my mind, the windows in Star Fox are not actually made of glass. They're made of actual materials that are just as durable as, you know, the titanium or whatever that's used in Star Trek. Or, as Scotty said, transparent aluminum. Although I think in the 24th century or the 25th century, they don't use transparent aluminum in Star Trek anymore. I think they use titanium, or I can't remember what it's called. I'm like a super Star Trek nerdy guy that knows all kinds of obscure things, but I'm actually forgetting if they changed what the windows are made of. So yeah, the bridge on the Cornerian ship is not actually made of glass. That would probably just shatter at the first little speck of dust hits it through space. Let's see, I'd love to see a Star Fox movie series with a similar tone, style to Space Battleship Yamato. I think that would be a good direction to go in, because I actually think Star Fox does take a lot of inspiration from Space Battleship Yamato. A lot of Japanese media does. I think that would probably... I actually think Star Fox Assault in particular seems to take quite a bit of inspiration from Space Battleship Yamato. Obviously, how come I can't remember the name of it? The thing with Captain Harlock, there's obviously... I mean, the Harlock as a name is in Star Fox. They clearly were inspired by that. You'd probably need to get a Japanese studio to make that Star Fox movie, though. You know what? That just reminds me. It's entirely possible, because there's the 2D, like, cartoon Star... There's the, you know, the segment when he's giving his backstory in that movie. That's kind of a cartoon. It's possible Nintendo will make a cartoon Star Fox movie. It's possible that's what the Star Fox movie will be, and if it's a different studio, I don't know, I might like it more. So that's a possibility. See, I'm still upset that Nintendo canceled a clay animated Star Fox show. This was years back, all because Netflix leaked that they were working on a Zelda show as well, and Nintendo got mad over the leak. I've heard that story. I believe that story came from someone who worked at some website that claimed they were making a Star Fox claymation animated thing. I kind of like I was saying with my opinion earlier, I don't want to accuse that person of lying or throw shade at them, but I think I call bullshit on that. I really don't think Nintendo would completely cancel an unrelated thing with a different company because another company was in talks with them to make a Zelda thing, and then Netflix leaked it. Or I think I call bullshit on that story. Obviously, I don't know. Although I probably could find out. I might know some people that I might be able to find out. But I have a hard time believing that story, that just because Netflix Netflix probably, you know, they violated a contract, you know, and leaks that they might be making a Zelda thing with Nintendo. That's probably what happened there. I have a hard time believing that Nintendo would just completely cancel an unrelated Star Fox thing with a completely different company, especially because if that was the case, Nintendo would have a contract with them, and Nintendo would, like, the company that was working on the Star Fox thing would have had to have also done something to violate that contract. Unless it was something more like they were in talks and, like, nothing was finalized, and then they stopped talking to the studio before anything got off the ground. So I call bullshit on details of that story. I don't think I believe it. If there's any truth to that story, then my feeling on it is Nintendo never signed any contracts or anything to make like an animated Star Fox claymation thing. If anything, they were in talks with it, and then they canceled. They stopped talking to the company. Basically, they kind of withdrew. That's, if there's any truth to the story that guy said, that's probably what happened, in my humble opinion. I really have a hard time believing that they would just flat out shut it down because a completely different studio violated a contract. There's just something fishy about that story. And actually, I have some kind of anecdotal evidence that might kind of support my theory. I said this on another stream. I can't give any names, but I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. I know two people who work for a video game company, which I won't say. In 2023, this company was in talks with Nintendo to work on a Star Fox game of some kind. I don't know any other details. I don't know what the details of the game were. Just two little birdies from a company leaked to someone who leaked to someone who leaked to someone to me, and I trust the source. And that whatever was going on there didn't end up happening. Nintendo pulled out of it. But Nintendo never signed any contract with this company. It was all discussion. There was no like, yeah, we're definitely going to be making a Star Fox game with this company. And then they're like, oh no, we're not doing it. Like there was nothing like that. So I have a hard time believing that whatever happened with that claymation animated thing was because basically, I'm saying if there's truth to that story, it was never like a guaranteed in stone thing. The claymation thing, it was something like being discussed, but never like actually put to contract. Or the guy is lying. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna falsely accuse someone of lying because I don't know. But that's just kind of what I feel about that story. That it's something about it doesn't add up to me. What is going on with Maya? Like, Maya's not letting me extrude these. Something weird going on here. Extrude. Okay, it's letting me extrude it when I just select one polygon. Why is it not letting me extrude the whole thing? There we go. Wait, no, it's still... Oh, that's weird. It's not staying highlighted. That's very strange. Maya's bugging out, but that's Maya. Oh, you know what? I think I know why it's doing that. Let me undo all of that. I think I know why Maya's being crazy. Let me select a different object and then go back. Now let me try it. Extrude. No, it's still doing it. Because it's like zooming over to here, which makes me think something else is selected. I probably did something when I was talking to the chat without realizing it. It's possible Maya's just being crazy. Okay, it is just one sub-object. And then when I center the camera, it doesn't zoom over there. So I don't know, Maya. Let me just... No, I'm not going to do them one at a time. Let me try one more time. No, it's still doing it. That is very strange. And then when I center the camera, it like goes over here, which makes me think I have something selected over here somewhere, but it doesn't look like I do. I don't know, that's weird. Maya is... I've complained about Maya a lot over the last 10 years. I'm used to Maya being weird like that. I just deal with it. I have Blender over there calling to me, like, come, switch to Blender, stop using Maya. But I'm like, but Maya... I've been using Maya for so long. Oh, I don't want to do that. I'll have them angled. Alright, I might add some detail on the fins, actually. So I'll go ahead and delete this one. And instead of making them completely flat, I think I'm going to make them a little bit more detailed than on the other Cornerian ships, because they're so big. And the player will probably get a better look at them up close. So... Oh, I didn't... I know what I can do. I didn't mean to do it that way, but I'll go ahead and do this. I want it to be a little bit segmented. And then, yeah, there we go. Extrude. And then, now this is not a craft that goes in the atmosphere of a planet. Not that it would matter, because the technology they have, it doesn't really have to be aerodynamic. But, so I'm going to mess with the little fin here, even though this would probably cause it to crash in an atmosphere. In space, though, it won't cause it to crash. In space, no one can hear you crash. Or shedding a tear over crashing. I'm sorry, guys. I'll try not to make fun of something that was trying to be funny. I really like Star Fox fans. I don't want to upset you guys. You guys have been a very, very wonderful audience for the last few years. And the last thing I want to do is upset Star Fox fans because I didn't really like a specific Star Fox thing. So I'm gonna try not to make fun. I'm gonna try not to make fun of Raccoon McCloud. Hard and edge. Alrighty. Okay. Now I think on the bottom fin, the bottom part of the fin, I will do it all as one instead of 3 separate things. And oh, do I want the fin to like? You know what? I want the fin for when the shield closes on it, because the fin's really long and it might not fit in it. I want it to like come down horizontally when the shield closes on it. So I'm gonna put some round kind of thing down there first. So like something cylindrical. So I'm gonna be strange, and instead of making another cube, I'm gonna actually start with a cylinder. I'm actually doing something normal instead of being a hipster and using a cube instead. People who know me know that I usually just like start every mesh with a cube, even though it'd probably be better to start with other primitives rather than a cube. I might have to tweak this part though to get it to look right, unless I had it kind of out like this. Oh yeah, because it's kind of tapered in, so that might look a little odd. Drat. Let me experiment here a little bit. It might have to look a little bit different from the one in Star Fox 2. Or no, if I make this much thinner but longer. Have that come out. No, I'm not sure. I don't think that's really working. I mean, I could just have it at an angle, but that would probably look a bit strange when it actually goes down in the engine. Let me see what this looks like at a horizontal angle. Shoot. Drat. Alright, I'm going to have to do some tweaking here. So let me get rid of these. Delete edge. Let me get rid of this. I'm gonna have to tweak this part of the design. Make these flat again. And after this, I'll check the chat. Actually make sure the chat's still going. Okay, I haven't disconnected. Oh, I saw some of the comments. Strassa, your work is much appreciated, Ice Cream. Thank you very much. I'm doing my best. See, Masterge77. Keep in mind, I'm fairly new to Star Fox, not because of Super Mario Galaxy, but because of a Twitch streamer I follow who played Assault about 2 months back. In fact, for the longest time, I've always believed that Rocket Raccoon in the Guardians of the Galaxy was the closest we'd ever get. Yeah, I was saying that earlier in the stream. The Guardians of the Galaxy movie in general, I think, is the closest big budget cinematic thing that I can think of off the top of my head that comes closest to capturing Star Fox. It's not like a perfect like one-to-one analogy or one-to-one like you can't just transplant Star Fox into it and it'll work seamlessly, but it's like the closest thing there is that I can think of. Like as far as the way the characters are and the way they kind of like interact with each other and the kind of general tone too. And I also said earlier in the stream, I actually think Chris Pratt would have made a better Fox McCloud than what's his name? Is it Glenn Powell? Glenn Powell? I'm pronouncing so many names wrong today. I apologize to everyone who I've mispronounced their names on, but I suspect Chris Pratt would have been more appropriate, but and my reasoning for that is because Guardians of the Galaxy. So admittedly, there's a Marvel comic where Rocket wears an outfit similar to Fox McCloud. I'm not aware of that comic, but that wouldn't surprise me. See, will we be able to change the outfits of the characters in Star Fox Event Horizon menu? If I get through the multiplayer mode thing, there's already a thing in the game right now. It's called it's the pilot menu. When you go there, you can change the pilot. But it doesn't really affect anything in the campaigns. It's more so for the multiplayer, which I haven't really worked on yet. So in multiplayer, that's probably going to be a thing. But in the kind of single player levels, they just wear, what's appropriate for that time. What they wear at that point in the story. Although in the mission simulator, I don't know, maybe I'll have that affect them in some way. I don't know if it would really be necessary, because other than... No, I'd have to re-render all the cinematics for each different outfit, so it probably won't affect the single-player stuff. It'll just be like the multiplayer thing. But I think I have an idea for how to make this work. I'm going to need to do something like this. I'm going to just end up mirroring this whole ship when I'm done, so... I'm not going to bother with the other half actually until I finish this half, because it looks like it's a perfectly symmetrical ship, so I'm just going to mirror it when I'm done. So I'll do this, and I'll do that, and I'll make this a bit shorter, and then I'm going to do something like this and have that come over. Like that. Oh, too far on this side. Actually, let me do this. There we go. That'll make it horizontal. Alrighty, now that's gonna... Alright, that is looking much better. Okay. So let's move this out of the way, and let's do this. There we go. Okay, that'll probably look good. Now let me make that horizontal and bring it out a bit. Not too much though, and then have it like that. Oh, it looks a little funky. Oof. Oh, it's not perfect, but it's definitely better than what I had before. I'll bring this back here, and I'll probably shrink it. Is it still not horizontal? Oh, the wing's in the way. Okay, yeah, it's still not horizontal. That's weird. I thought I lined it up, but apparently I didn't. So let's do this and make that horizontal. Oh, I aligned it vertically, but not horizontal. I mixed up horizontal and vertical. Ugh. I'm going senile already. Senile ice cream man. Okay, there we go. That's looking better. Well, let's see how it looks in 3D. There. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Awesome. I can move this down in here, and I'm gonna kind of just fit that in there. So that's like the rotating mechanism for the fin. And that's going to be a separate object. I might even make it destructible. I don't think I'm going to make it a weak point, but I might make the fin thing destructible. If you destroy it, maybe it'll slow down the speed of the boss or something like that. Because it looks like this is a pretty quick boss in Star Fox 2. So I'm probably going to make his movement speed a bit quicker than some of the other bosses. I haven't really decided yet. It's one of those things where I have to see how he moves in the game to kind of get an idea of oh, what the heck's going on here now? Is this fin not horizontal? Oh, That would probably explain a bit. This fin, yeah, the fin is crooked, actually. There we go. I must have, there, yeah, that was weird. That would probably explain why this ended up looking kind of strange when I tried to do this, because the fin itself was at like a weird angle. And I'm going to shrink it a little bit. No, that's too small. Shoot. I'm going to do this. I know how to solve this. Let's make this aligned. Oops. Let me freeze the transformations first, and then I'll do this. I know how to make this look right. So I'll do. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Now the extrude is working properly in my. I don't know why it was being weird earlier, but okay, there we go. And then let's fix that and fix that. And make this vertical. And then I will. Oh, okay. No, it needs to be a bit more. After I finish the fin, I'll check the chat. Let's extrude that into there. Awesome, there we go. That'll work. I want to be a little bit thicker though, so I'll raise that and I'll lower this. All right, cool. There we go. That's better. Perfect. All right, let's do this now, because I want you to rotate with this, so I'll parent you to that. And now this should be able to rotate like that. So yeah, when the shields close around the boss, the fin will go down like that into the shield. And then this one will go back like that. And it'll go into like, yeah, it's kind of like a defensive shield mode. It's too bad the Cornerians are all dogs, because I actually feel like a tortoise captain would probably fit this boss because of the shell thing, like some kind of tortoise. But at least in Event Horizon lore, there's not really any non-Cornerians in the Cornerian army itself. I mean, there kind of are, or I should say there kind of were before General Pepper took over, so I guess it's not impossible that there might be a tortoise working in the Cornerian army. I think I'm gonna keep the captain like an actual Cornerian, but I don't know, a tortoise might be kind of cool. I don't know, I might pass on the tortoise. There's been a lot of reptilian bosses in the game so far. Most of the Venom bosses are reptilian. Practically all of the Soria bosses are. I know dinosaurs are technically not reptiles, but whatever. Like, close enough. I think I'll keep the captain a dog. Just the closing shell thing kind of made me think of a turtle or a tortoise. And also the boss is really fast, so that'd be kind of funny if, like, you know, tortoises are kind of known for being very slow-moving creatures, so that'd be kind of funny if, you know, like this really fast boss being captained by a tortoise. I know he's not moving the ship himself, he's got like a crew, but... Alright, anyway, I think I'm done with the fin, so let me check the chat. Let's see, you know what, I think Estelle is on. Let me see if she wants to hop in. Or is it? It might be too late in her time. Or just not in the mood for. I asked Estelle if she wanted to join. I think she went to sleep though. Estelle's actually been pretty sick the last few days, and she hasn't slept much, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's asleep. She's doing better, though. I mean, I was sick, too. I even joked her, like, how come I got sick at the same time you did? And we're sick with something kind of similar also. I don't want to say in public, but we kind of have a similar illness right now, which is kind of weird. And I do feel better today, so I think I'm getting better, though, but... See, okay, I saw that. Oh yeah, I was gonna check the chat before when I finished the fin. So it would be something for an enemy missile to leave behind a trail of stationary energy projectiles that linger on for some time as some kind of temporary area denial. That is sort of possible. In fact, the way that would work, it would use something similar to what the weapon on Phase, because Phase R-Wing has a weapon where the projectiles ricochet. So I think something like that actually could work, but it might look a bit janky. But there's quite a few things in the game that look janky already, so I have a feeling you guys probably wouldn't mind. But there is a degree of janky, like there's a janky threshold I won't cross, or it just, that looks too weird. I don't think I'll do it. But I think something like that actually could be pulled off in the engine. It'd basically be a missile that when the missile detonates, the thing that I don't know if it would work visually is it would look like it's a missile that's exploding and then spawning two missiles, or a bomb and a missile. It wouldn't look like a continuous missile that's dropping things. It would look like the missile explodes and then it spawns another missile while also dropping a bomb that's an area denial thing. So it'd probably look a little weird. There might be a way to make it look like an actual missile that's continuously moving. I'd have to find out. So I will say that might be possible, but it might look weird. I'll get back to you on that. So I've been playing Mass Effect 2, lots of stuff. It reminds me of Star Fox and vice versa. I quoted Legion a bit into it. And it's been a long time since I played Mass Effect 2. I really liked the first Mass Effect game, and I enjoyed Mass Effect 2, but I think I liked the first one more. And then the third one, I just felt kind of a shrug for the third Mass Effect. Which I don't think that's a hipster opinion. I actually think it's kind of the consensus that Mass Effect 3 is a little bit lackluster. I remember everyone flipping out over the whole ending thing for Mass Effect 3 back in the day. I thought that was kind of funny because in my opinion I felt like the whole game was kind of lackluster. So the endings or lack thereof didn't really kind of phase me that much. I'm like, oh yeah, they kind of cheaped out on the endings like they did the whole game. But Mass Effect 1 is a game I really like, and I'm kind of surprised they haven't adapted it into a movie or TV show yet. There's so many games coming out as TV shows and movies. I'm kind of surprised Mass Effect hasn't been made into one yet. It'll probably be terrible, but I'm still surprised they haven't done it. Let's see, MP 007850. Ice Cream Man. First, glad to know the Star Fox. I think you meant EH. I don't know if EV stands for something different. So I suspect you're saying Event Horizon though, or that might be EV for event. Now that I think about it, it's still going strong, and that so far things are looking awesome. With cheers from the Americas. Quick question: will there be an on-foot mode for the assault section of Event Horizon, or is it just pure vehicular combat? I've said this before on streams. I'll probably just have to answer this at least once on every stream, but I don't... Kind of related to the other question about the missile dropping area denial things. Technically, something akin to running around outside of a vehicle, I think, could technically be possible in this engine. My feeling on it though is it would just look and feel too janky. I already feel like even running around on Tricky looks a little bit janky with how with the limitations of the engine. So, and I've also said before that it's a bit of an exaggeration, but I kind of have trauma from the levels in Assault where you're running around on foot. I personally feel like in Assault they didn't do the best job with those levels, and they were kind of janky in my humble opinion. With the aperoids like bumping into walls and stuff, but So I don't want to say no. like I don't want to just be like, no, it's not going to happen. But at the moment, I'm not feeling confident in the ability to run around on foot in the game. So I don't want to give any false hope to people by saying sure. So I think I'll just say no, just so I don't disappoint anyone right now. But yeah, thank you for the things you said before the question though. I feel like at the moment Event Horizon is the strongest it's ever been, and I'm kind of hoping with all the attention on Star Fox lately that kind of bring get some eyes on Event Horizon. I haven't really seen I haven't really seen a huge increase of people flooding into Event Horizon in the last few days. So, and I posted a new thing, and it seems like I don't know if the algorithm just isn't picking up Event Horizon in relation to Star Fox in general or not, but I don't. Maybe it'll pick up in a little bit. We'll see, I guess. But yeah, despite all that, I feel like it's actually I feel like I'm on a roll right now. Like progress seems to be going at a steady, decent pace. The voice. I probably should push to get the voice acting done a little more, but I feel like the voice acting is kind of going along at its pace. The Patreon's doing okay. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, I think things are going great right now. Hopefully my prediction of everything starting to go downhill after Star Fox 2 is false, and things explode when I get to Assault. The good kind of explode. It's possible that even though I personally might think the Star Fox 2 section is the best thing I will make in the game, it's possible that the audience won't agree with me, and they'll think when I get to Assault, they'll think the Assault stuff is better. So honestly, I hope that's the case. Just based on what's in my mind now, I think the Star Fox 2 segment of Event Horizon is going to be the peak of the game, and nothing I make after that's going to top it, just based on what I'm thinking now. But it's possible that you guys playing the game won't actually won't agree with me, and you actually will like the stuff after more. We'll see. And if that's the case, I hope that happens. I hope my you guys actually don't agree with my opinion on that. I hope you guys do like the stuff after even more. See, I really liked the demo level video you posted. Which one, the Star Fox 2 one with all the voices, or the one with the comet? Either way, thank you. See, people complain about Mass Effect going more Gears of War ever since 2. I don't think this will shoo away any of my audience. I do not like Gears of War. The first Gears of War game is a game I felt like I was lied to about, not by like people I knew, but by like the media. That's one of my first experiences, I think, where I felt like the premise of the game and the way the game was like very exaggerated and lied to. And then when I got the game, I'm like, this is like so much lesser than kind of how they made it up to be. So I kind of have a bit of a sore spot with Gears of War. So, and yeah, the later Mass Effect games, and it was just, it was a trend at the time. Gears of War was huge, and a lot of different companies were trying to incorporate the things in Gears of War that people thought worked into their stuff. It became the cover shooter thing became a meme because of that. And that definitely, I felt that bled into Mass Effect 2 and 3. See, Tycho says, tank controls on walking around. I have a feeling I could probably get the controls to be relatively work kind of okay. It's really the visual aspect of it, making the characters actually look like they're running around convincingly on the ground. I'll say this. I will do an experiment someday, and I will release that experiment to kind of see, like, I'll make like some kind of like experimental kind of like test level, and see how that turns out, and kind of release it and see what people think of it, and that might give me I'll try and do at least that, because that is a question a lot of people ask. It is a part of Star Fox, and I think I think it wouldn't be fair if I didn't at least give it a shot. So I'll try that at least after Star Fox 2. Let's see, Retsu asks, is Leon supposed to have a ship with a cloaking device later on? I would like him to have a cloaking device, but I'm not sure how exactly it's going to work. His ship used to have a cloaking device in a really old version of Event Horizon, but didn't really work the way I wanted. So I would like it to, but I don't know if it ultimately will have a cloaking device. That guy says, when I first played Gears 1, I thought it was a story about angry ass miners shooting shit. Yeah, the media kind of made Gears of War out to be like a really kind of like dramatic, like very story heavy game. And within the first 10 minutes of the first Gears of War game, I'm like, no. I'm basically a caveman. It's basically just one step above like the basic plot of Doom. I'm an angry guy with a lot of weapons, and I'm gonna shoot a bunch of monsters that have wrecked the world. Which, again, that isn't a bad thing. The thing that kind of put me off to it is I feel like the developers and the media exaggerated and lied about the game, and that it just. And if they hadn't have done that, I wouldn't have gotten the game. I only got the game because of sort of the things that were being said about it that I don't think were true. And I actually think that might be the first example I can think of where a video game was advertised in a way that I felt like was false or very exaggerated advertisement. Now that's just normal. Like, I feel like every game that comes out, even good games I like, I feel like the advertisement for it is just wrong. And like lies or exaggerates about things. And that's not even just games, like everything in the world, like all advertisement now is just like, it's just like lies that you can get away with in a court of law because you've said them in specific ways. And on some level, you know, I get it. You want to convince people to buy your thing. You want to make it look as good as possible, and you know, you might exaggerate or kind of, you know, impress upon people certain things. But with Gears of War in particular, I felt like you guys just like lied about what the details about the game. This is not like a. I probably actually have the issue down behind me somewhere. It's an issue of Game Informer where both Game Informer and the developer of Gears of War they're going on about how like, yeah, we got like a professional like script writer and the game is like super story driven. It's like so emotional, and I'm like, that's not the game at all. At least not the first one. I don't know about the later Gears of War games because I never played them, but yeah, man, Gears of War just. It's probably not fair of me because the reason I dislike that game isn't because of the game and its own merits. It's because of extraneous advertisement. So I'm probably not being fair to Gears of War, but I've never forgiven that game in the like 20 plus years. I think it's been 20 years since it came out now, hasn't it? I think it came out in 2006 or was it 2005? I think it was 2005 actually. Let's see what you guys are saying. See, also, what role will... Is it algae or algae? I think it's supposed to be algae, because algae just makes him sound like freaking algae out in the ocean. Will algae fulfill as a new Starwolf member? Yeah, algae is in the Star Fox 2 segment, and he's one of the new members of Starwolf, because Andrew is kind of left at this point. Which, again, that's another thing. That's another small detail about Star Fox 2 that I actually thought synced up really well with the idea that it's between, it's before Assault
but after the Lilat Wars and Soria, is that and Andrew isn't in the original Star Fox 2. It's Algie, who I think Algie turned into Andrew when they got to 64. But Andrew isn't there in Star Fox 2, so it's like, well, they need another team member. Oh, there's Algie, and then great, perfect. So yeah, he's a member of Star Wolf during the Star Fox 2 segment of the game. He's going to show up after a few levels. Let's see, might the mind control device that hijacks Cornerian's defense satellite by chance make it in? Don't answer me. It's in. Z95 Headhunter. You're on to something. The satellite's being turned against the people who are supposed to control them to fire at each other. You might be onto something. Yes, the satellite that is turned against Corneria in Star Fox 2 is going to show up, and it might actually have a bigger role in the campaign than just being one level. So I also played it when my friend was halfway in the campaign. Had no idea what I was... Oh, so when you started Gears of War, it was like just right in the middle of the game with no context. Oops, the chat did the jump. The chat did the jump thing again. Halo 5 was the biggest disappointment since my son. I have yet to play Halo 5 because it didn't look good in the commercials, and it seems like my gut feeling was right. I haven't played Halo 5. I do have a very hipster Halo opinion though, not on Halo 5, but on another Halo game that a lot of people don't like. A lot of people don't like Halo 4. I hate to say it, but I kind of like Halo 4. Dare I say I like Halo 4 more than Halo 3, actually. That might lose me half my audience. I don't know. I don't know if there's a bunch of Halo fans in here, but I actually kind of like Halo 4. I have my reasons. And yeah, I'd go as far as to say I like Halo 4 more than Halo 3. Halo 5 though looked I could tell from the trailers that it probably was gonna not be that great, so I didn't even bother. I got Halo Infinite though, and Halo Infinite was very mediocre to me. Or is it Halo Infinity? It's an open world. I don't like open world games, and they try. I mean, it's technically not a pure open world game. It kind of opens up into large segments. Halo Infinite was meh. It was okay. I didn't care for it that much. But Halo 5 I didn't even bother with. I just skipped it. I will say though, I've listened to the soundtrack to Halo 5, and Halo 5 actually has a pretty good soundtrack. So that composer they got for Halo 5 did a really good job with the music, at least. There's a few really good tracks in Halo 5 I like as far as the music goes, but I haven't played the game, so I can't say if it's good or bad, but it didn't look that good, and a lot of Halo fans don't think it's that great, so I don't know if I'm going to risk playing it one day. Okay, I think... Yeah, alright, cool. Alright, I think I got the very basic kind of rough outline of the whole with a few details done, so I might start on the shield. Let me see how long the stream's been going. If I've been going for like 4 hours... Okay, I've been going for almost 3 hours. I'll probably go... Maybe I'll work on the model for about a half hour to 45 minutes, and then I'll do a little Q&A before I wrap up. Let's see. Sorry, I was saying goodbye to my grandparents for Easter. Did my Crystal Dragon comment clear up the Oh, for the level that you thought that you liked? Yeah, okay, yeah. I had a feeling you were referring to that one because it's the most recent thing I posted, but I wasn't sure. Let's see. Since all Star Wolf members have the same weapon loadout in the Lilat Wars, would it be something to give them the different members different weapons in later campaigns? During the command segment of the game, they definitely will all have different weapons because they all have different Wolfens, but I suppose it's not a bad idea to actually in even before, you know, in Assault and Star Fox 2, yeah, maybe to give each, like, maybe I could give one of them a beam weapon. Not not necessarily like unique weapons, but like access to different versions of the weapons that the player has, you know, like a flat cannon or a beam weapon, just to kind of make it so you're not just killing like 4 or 5 clones of the Wolfen. So that's an interesting idea. I think for the Ficina level, I'll keep them how they are though, because that's kind of like the first encounter with Starwolf, and I don't want it to be too crazy. Yeah, I'll consider giving them different loadouts before we get to command, just to kind of make it a little less monotonous, because the Starwolf fights in the actual games I actually think are kind of monotonous. They're cool like the first time you do them, but on replays on replays I find the Starwolf fights get kind of boring really quick, because yeah, you're just basically shooting down 4 of the same craft doing the same thing. I think in Assault, only, if I remember right, in Assault, only Wolf even does anything. I think Panther and Pigma don't even really do much, if I remember right. Ugh. It's getting hot here today. The temperature was supposed to drop today, and it is just as hot as it was yesterday. I mean, when I woke up, it was nice and cool, but the temperature went up quite a bit in the last few hours. All right, yeah, I'm going to start on the shield thing. So let me look at... actually, let me look at the rotating thing that got sent to me, and then I'll... where is it? Just so I can see what it looks like from the side. And of course, in the video where it shows the Tektron that you sent me earlier, when it goes past the camera, the shield thing is above where the camera is, so I can't look at the side of it. Let me go back to before it rotates, though. It might might have a better look of it there. Okay, there, now I can see the side of it. Okay, yeah, it's a pretty, it's like a kind of it's an octagonal kind of thing going on. So let me pause it there on the side. Kind of almost looks like the Astropolis. So let's do a cube and turn it into something a little more octagonal. So let me resize this cube. 200 is probably too small, but I'll start with that. And then let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, is it an octagon? Yeah, it is an octagon. Okay. So I want these selected, and then I'm gonna bevel those. Probably needs to be bigger, so let me go into the settings for bevel. Let's try a width of 1. Well, that was too big. That just turned it into another cube. Let's try 0.5. What in the... Oh! What the heck? I'm doing the wrong settings. There we go. Okay. I don't even know if that little window's showing up on the stream because of the way OBS is. Yeah, the little window with the things I'm messing with isn't even showing up on the stream, but I think I want it a little bigger. So let's try 7.75. No, it's too big. It's probably more like 0.65. There, no, that's too big still. 0.55? Yeah, that's good. They don't have to be perfectly equal, even though I suspect they are in Star Fox 2. But I don't want them to be wildly, like, I don't want them to be super different. So let's bring that in. And then, oh, okay, yeah, it's actually, there is like this part actually is 4-sided, so let's collapse these. Merge to center, merge to center. All right. Here's the basic shape, and it looks like it is definitely taller than that. And let's bring this out, and then make that pointy. And Sorry, my throat's starting to get clogged. It's probably from the heat. Oh, I forgot to check to see if Estelle responded to me. No, I think Estelle fell asleep. She hasn't responded to me yet, so I don't think she'll join the stream. Maybe I'll try and do a Crystal stream sometime in the next week or two if she's up to it. I think it's been every year, like, you know, around April and May, we start doing, you know, streams together, and then we're always like, yeah, we're gonna do more streams later in the year. We're gonna do our Christmas stream, and we just never do streams for like the entire second half of the year. And then we get back around to April and May and we start doing streams again. I don't know. Just for some reason, I guess Estelle is a spring streamer or a summer streamer. And, oh, actually, no, in the summer, she's usually really busy. In summer, she always goes to the... There's a business convention in France that she always goes to. She's always really busy in the summer. So, yeah, Estelle is more of a spring streamer, not a summer or a winter streamer. Oh, I noticed in the chat. You should incorporate the Lost Battleship model found in Star Fox 64 files to Event Horizon. The Lost Battleship is going to show up in the game. I just haven't decided if it's in the Star Fox 2 section. I think I'm losing my voice. I haven't decided if it's in the Star Fox 2 campaign or the Assault or the Command one, or even if I save it for after Command. At the moment, I think it's going to end up in Star Fox 2. But yeah, the level's even just gonna be called Lost Battleship. It's a lost Cornerian battleship that you're sent in to investigate what's going on with it. Although it could fit really well in the assault section of the game. Like, there's this Cornerian battleship that's lost. Something might be going on with it. Aperoids are, you know, maybe involved. So it could also work as a level in assault. But I am leaning more towards the Lost Battleship level being in Star Fox 2. We'll see. I'm going to take a nap. Have a good rest of your stream, Chase. And thank you, Crystal Kingdom General. I'm going to do my best to... I think the stream's gone pretty well. I really didn't want to talk about the freaking... I didn't really want to talk about the Mario thing, but as long as you guys... you know, aren't upset at me, then I guess it's okay. Because I know a lot of people really, really enjoyed that movie, and I didn't want to ruin anyone's fun. I know a lot of people were really happy to see Fox McCloud, like, on an actual movie screen. You know, after you know, I saw what I saw, I'm like, I think... I don't want to be a party pooper, and I don't want to ruin everyone's fun, so I just kind of kept to myself for a few days. But a lot of people kept asking me over the last few days, and then you guys voted yes, so I guess everyone really wanted to hear that. So I didn't really have fun for a few minutes there, but other than that, I think I've had fun for most of the stream. Oh, I forgot to look to see what the inside was like. I'm just kind of winging it without even looking at the inside of the shield thing. Let's see. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, the inside does not look like that. Let me undo that. All right, the inside it's got two flat parts, and then it's got like a pyramidal. Yeah, I don't know what words to use. I'll show you. It's really easy to do. It's more like. Oops. It's more like this on the inside than what I was just doing. Yeah, there's definitely some TARDIS logic going on with this boss in Star Fox 2, looking at the inside, and there's some weird physics going on with some non-Euclidean geometry in Star Fox 2. It's more like this. There we go. I mean, I could probably change the design a bit to make it look like it actually would close on it. But yeah, this is definitely going to have to be a bit bigger. It's way too small. I might even make it a bit elongated. I don't know if people will mind if I make it more elongated like this, just so that it can kind of fit in it when it closes. And what I think I'm going to do is this inside, I'm going to make a separate part that looks like this when it's open, but it closes, it kind of closes inside when the shields go over the thing. So I think I'm going to do that. So let me separate this and delete that. And then, yeah, I want to keep that part of it. And, all right, so I'm going to do some, oops, didn't mean to delete all of those over there. So I'm gonna make this a bit smaller. And then when the shields close up, this part is gonna like close up inside or something like that to kind of make room for the rest of the ship. Oh yeah, I definitely want that a bit smaller. And I am gonna make, I am gonna make this a bit more elongated. In the Star Fox 2 game, it's not elongated like this. It's completely round. But I ended up making the nose of the ship kind of elongated, so I don't know if there's super duper diehard Star Fox 2 fans that'll be like, oh no, it's elongated. That's you should have made it. I don't know if there's. I don't know. I have a feeling most Star Fox fans will probably be fine with that tweak, so I'm gonna go with it. This part I'm not gonna elongate though, because I think that's actually where the two beams connect to the ship. So I'm gonna keep that part not elongated. And then we'll have this go in, kind of like that a bit. And then we'll have it go like that and like that. Yeah. Okay, actually I can make the two top parts flat if I wanted. So I'm gonna do that. Extrude that a bit. I'm gonna do that just to make it resemble the the Star Fox 2 design a little better. Yeah. Let's see if that kind of, let me push that back. Okay, yeah, I think I just need to make it a little bit longer, and I think that's gonna work. That's awesome. I might make it a little bit taller too, just a tiny bit. Cause yeah, this thing folds up here. Oh, oh shoot. It still might not fit perfectly. I guess I could have it go up like that, but I've got the freaking engine, or the thruster in the back, so... and let me make it long enough first, before I start redesigning things. I'm going to actually do it this way. And I'll move that back a bit. Just a bit more and it should fit. I might have to do a little tiny bit of TARDIS logic here. Alright, so that'll fit. The depth of the ship should fit. Let me make sure this will fit actually. Okay, the depth and the width will fit fine. It's the height where the fit on the bottom is posing a bit of a problem. So there's several things I could do. I could just make it taller, but I feel like those are becoming way too big if I do that. In fact, I already feel like that's probably a bit too big. Because yeah, in Star Fox 2, they're really not much larger than the. They're really not that much larger than the core. So actually, I don't know if I like them being that big. Let me try something else a little bit. Let me duplicate this and set it off to the side, and maybe I'll come back to that. Let me try something a little different first. I could just make the nose, you know, a little bit shorter. You know what? Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I know it would. It'd make it look more like Star Fox 2. I think I'm not gonna do the. I think I'm just gonna do this, and have the whole inside be a little open. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that, just so it's not super big. So basically, what I was doing in the first place. I'll just have it all be hollow. Whoops. I keep hitting bridge by accident instead of extrude. I don't know why. So yeah, I'll do that. And then I'll just append those. Alright, cool. Oh, but I forgot about this part. Derp. Shoot. I completely forgot about this part. Uh-oh. Alright, so it's got to be small enough so that it'll fit in here. So let me make sure that that can... you know what? I'm going to put it up to a vote, TARDIS logic or not. And then I'll answer some questions while the vote's going on, and then I'll come back to that. See, democracy is thriving in my stream today. So start a poll. Whoops. TARDIS logic or no? What the heck? Now it's not even giving me a yes option. Oh, there we go. Such a tech boomer. TARDIS logic or no? All right, I'll do a poll. You guys can vote. If you guys are fine with it, just accepting the fact that it doesn't perfectly fit and it phases into the sides, or if you really want me to suffer trying to make it logically fit in the shields. So, oh, it's actually it's staying relatively even, unlike the last vote. Anyway, let me see what questions I missed while I was doing that. So you shouldn't. Okay, there's the Lost Battleship. I did see that one earlier and I answered that one. See, in Assault, Falco and Crystal have scripted chases by basic enemies. The Starwolf enemies attack only the player. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't remember having to rescue them from Starwolf in Assault. See, I swear if Ice Cream Man is making that ship as a boss here in Star Fox 2 or later on. I think they were referring to the Lost Battleship. Well, it might be in Star Fox 2, so you might be a bit surprised. I haven't decided if it's in the Star Fox 2 or one of the later points of the game. I'm leaning towards the Lost Battleship being a Star Fox 2 level, but I haven't decided yet. See, Ice Cream Man, would you be interested in bringing back some of the old simulator missions like the Fleet Battle one that use the Brawl level ships that the older versions used to have? I'd have to redo those because there's been so many changes to the game and the engine that those levels would probably crash and throw a fit if I just plugged them back into the game. So I'd probably have to redo them. I'm kind of more focused on like getting the actual game done, but the Brawl ships are still in the game. I mean, I don't have the texture loaded here, but like there's the that was the smaller Cornerian ship from Brawl, and then this ship from Brawl showed up right at the beginning of the Lilac Cruise, right when you warp into the battle. These ships show up right at the start, and then they just aren't in the rest of it. I don't know why there's only 2 or 3 of them at the start, but that's the second one from Brawl. And then the really, really large battleship, the Dreadnought, as I kind of call it, I have it. I think I started modeling it. Let me go see. I haven't shown it yet, but I'll go ahead and open it up. Let me go look. It's one of the more recent models. Yeah, I have Cornerian models in here going all the way back to 2011. Before I even started Event Horizon, I have really, really old Cornerian battleship and just really old models that I don't know if I want to show because they're so bad. But let me change it to more recent and find the what the heck? Let me find the Brawl battleship, or what the heck? Oh, I accidentally left the Cornerian folder. Let me go back. There we go. Okay. Battleship Mark II Heavy Carrier. Where is it? Did I give it a different name? Or is it in the battleship file? Let me open it up and see. Maybe I put it in the with the giant battleship. I'm not seeing it. Did I leave it in the frigate folder? I might have left it in the frigate folder. Or the frigate file, sorry. Let me open that up. No? What did I call it? I have it somewhere here, because actually the giant fin on the battleship and the actually it might be in the heavy carrier. I just realized the giant fin here. This fin it was modeled for the giant Cornerian battleship whatever from Brawl, and then I took that part from it and gave it to the assault ship and the carrier boss. So it might be in the carrier one. Let me go look. Or is it Battleship M2? No. Cruiser. Oh, there's the heavy carrier. It's near the top. Cause yeah, I opened it recently. Is it in here? No, it's not. Where the hell did I put it? I have it floating around somewhere. I might have accidentally moved it outside of the Corneria folder somewhere. I hope I didn't lose it. Let me look one more time. Let me look at the names. Cinematic frigates, troop ship. Did I put it in the troop ship file? Let me open up that one. Maybe I put it in the troop ship file. No. I don't know where I hope I didn't delete it. I don't want to model it again. Maybe it was in my backup file for the battleship. I might have accidentally deleted it. Uh-oh. It's got to be here somewhere. I must have put it in a different folder. Oh, boy. Guys, I think I might have accidentally deleted the battleship. I either deleted it or I gave it a name that's not its name and put it accidentally. Did I put it in the buildings folder by accident? Let me look here. No, I'm not seeing it. I might have lost the Brawl battleship. I'm sorry, guys. Oh no. I might have lost. I might actually have a real lost battleship now. Oh man. I'll worry about that a little bit later. Let me get back to the thing I was working on. I might have lost a battleship. Oh man. I mean, I call it a dreadnought. I think it's supposed to be a battleship in Brawl, but it's so big that I kind of just call it a dreadnought. It's like a ginormous, you know, I don't know. I call it a dreadnought, but anyway, I just saw a question about the Tektron and then the chat jumped. It looks like most of you guys are fine with me using TARDIS logic, so I'm probably just going to do that. See, there was a simulator mission question. It would be funny if some of the previous friendly Cornerian NPCs show up as enemies, like the Sea Dog Cat. Well, I don't want to spoil it, but technically, yeah, the captain of the Tektron, unless I change him to a tortoise, is gonna be a captain that was at the Battle of Bulls. So there are gonna be some Cornerian characters that were in the Lilat Wars that might show up again, possibly even the Sea Dog Captain. I don't think I gave the Sea Dog Captain a name. So most of the Cornerian characters from the Lilat Wars don't even have names, but I thought that would be kind of a fun detail if some of them end up in fights with Star Fox and they're like, "Oh crap. I know how great these mercenaries are. I'm probably screwed." Uh-oh. Let's see, it would be a bit funny if the death message that the friendly units get destroyed in the Lilat Wars would play when you shot down Cornerian fighters in the Star Fox 2 arc. Might be a bit funny. See, by any chance, are the Wolfens in Star Fox 2 going to be the same ones from the Lilat Wars? The ones that I plan showing up are the Mark IIs, which they were from 64. They're the ones that you fight on Venom, because in Event Horizon, they use the Mark I Wolfen to the very end of the Lilat Wars. They don't transition to the Star Fox the Mark II Wolfens from later in 64. So my idea is to give them that one in Star Fox 2, because if I remember right, in Star Fox 2, I think their ships just look like R-wings. Let me double check. My memory's already breaking. I don't even think they were called Wolfen in Star Fox 2. And of course, I can't. Oh, they look a little different than the R-wing. They have the Wolfen nose from 64 in Star Fox 2. But I think I'm gonna use the Mark II Wolfens from 64 for this part of the game. Yeah, the Wolfens in Star Fox 2, they almost look like a hybrid of the R-wing and the Wolfen, kind of. But I think I'm gonna go with the Mark II from the Wolf, or it's called the Wolfen 2. It doesn't have Mark II like the R-wing does, so it'll be called the Wolfen 2 probably. And then in Assault they get the Assault versions, and then in Command they start getting their own versions, courtesy of Faye. That might have been a bit of a spoiler. Yeah. Remember the Husky unit with tanks from Macbeth. I really want to fight those guys with the mech. The Husky unit and Bulldog, they might show up again. I don't know if you'll actually get to destroy them, because I feel like that might be a bit going too far to actually kind of, I don't know. We'll see. You'll probably get to fight them though, or at least their squadrons. So, like you said last stream, it seems that Star Fox is working more as mercenaries in this campaign if Corneria was the enemy in the latest level. Yes. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons even though it's only temporary, that's one of the reasons I wanted Corneria to be an enemy, was to show that these guys are mercenaries. They will take a job for the right price that might put them against people they've worked with in the past. I've even said before, I don't think it would be that crazy if Andros had never been involved in the death of Fox's father. I don't think it would be that far of a stretch in canon. I'm even talking about in canon, like in Nintendo games. I don't think, if they're treated as mercenaries, I don't think it would be that far of a stretch that Andros might have, I even do this in Event Horizon, Andros offers him more money than Pepper did. The reason Fox doesn't accept is because, he has a personal vendetta against Andros. He's involved in the death of his father. I don't think it'd be that far of a stretch that, to have a scene in Star Fox 64 where Andros is like, oh, I'll pay you more money than Pepper. And I don't know how that would play out exactly, but yeah, that's I want to treat them as actual mercenaries. Someone's saying, I love democracy. All right, Palpy. See, in the campaign, Crystal has a nice relationship with her father. What kind of relationship does she have with her mother in the campaign? Crystal's mother, unfortunately, is passed away in the destruction of Serenia, so she barely knows her mother. But I'm happy that you like the way I have her and Randorn interact. I wanted them to have a pretty good father-daughter relationship with each other in the game. And then Randorn's kind of got his eye on Fox, like you better not hurt my daughter, Fox. I kind of like that dynamic where he's kind of like, with his arms crossed, like staring at Fox, like you be careful around my daughter, Fox. But she has memories of her mother, but she doesn't really remember her mother very well. So it's probably fair to say that she doesn't really have a relationship with her mother. She's kind of, because she was so young when all that happened, it's kind of faded away a little bit. Let's see, fudge the smaller details. Yeah, I'm referring to the Lost Battle. Okay, you're referring to the battleship, not the Tektron. All right. There's a possibility the Lost Battleship will show up in Star Fox 2. It's not final, because I think it could actually fit in some of the later parts of the game too. If you make him a tortoise, oh yeah, a tortoise in the hair. You're oh my no. Okay, so I don't know if the Tektron will end up being a tortoise, but there has to be a tortoise boss at some point. That's really I didn't even think of that. Yeah, the tortoise in the hair. That's really funny. That'll be great. But in that scenario, the hair is gonna win. That's really funny. Yeah, they're okay. There's definitely gonna be a tortoise boss of some point. It's probably gonna be a Venom boss though. I think just because Venom has so many like reptilian creatures as part of its army, it'll probably be a Venom boss. See, Strauss says, makes me worried if Fox has to fight Bill at some point. Yeah, I'm really worried if they have to fight each other too. Would they actually fight each other, or would they not? Would Bill risk a court-martial? Would he mutiny? I don't know. We'll see. See, I swear if the Cornerian Dreadnought from Brawl is called the E03 battleship in the files and I know for certain it's not called the E03. I'm pretty sure I called it Core_Dread. Although I suspect it's in the same file as one of the other Cornerian ships, but I'm gonna have to go looking through them, and I don't want to bore you guys on a quest for the files of a lost battleship. See, Tycho says, I think you missed another question of mine. I won't be surprised, because YouTube does this thing where the chat like jumps up every few moments. See, I saw a timeline video on YouTube saying Star Fox 2 takes place before Adventures. Do you mean Star Fox 2? Do you mean in a video saying that's the case in Event Horizon, or in the actual Star Fox games? Because I think in the actual Star Fox games, I think 2 does take place before Adventures. It's kind of hard to fit the first Star Fox game and 2 with the rest of them, because 64 kind of seems like a reboot. But if there's a video saying that Star Fox 2 takes place before the Soria stuff in Event Horizon, then that video made a mistake. It takes place after Adventures and the Soria stuff in Event Horizon. See, Bill kind of did set up a court-martial with him. Yeah, I did that on purpose. Him going over his superior's head. I did set up the fact that Bill would risk violating the chain of command. So, yes, I did set that up. Although in this case, he wouldn't be able to go over an officer's head to General Pepper because, well, General Pepper is conducting the war. There's a tortoise boss. He should look like Bowser. That might be a funny little Easter egg. I don't know if I'd make it exactly like Bowser. I might give him like the little horns that Bowser has. But I'd probably make him look yeah, because if he looks like just a normal tortoise, he might not really be that menacing. But if I gave him like the little Bowser horns, we'll see. Or maybe have like a little Bowser pendant. See, Bill. Oh, I already saw that one. To be fair, Star Fox has already killed a lot of Cornerians at this point, so actually killing former friendly NPCs isn't really different than what they're. That on a technical level, that's true. That on a technical level, that is true. Although not the entire Corneria army fought with Star Fox in the past. There's probably even people who were conscripted into the army after the Lilat Wars that are fighting with them then. But What was I gonna say? I still think it is a little bit different if you put a face to it, though, and it's someone that they've actually conversed with. Oh, like the horns of the commander of air. Yeah. Like, yeah, that maybe that could actually be part of like a helmet. I didn't even think about that. Maybe that's like part of their headgear and not actually like part of the like actual horns coming out of their skulls. Maybe that's headgear. Because the Area 6 commander, if I remember, they're bright yellow, so they don't look like natural horns. So yeah, maybe the tortoise will have like a helmet on with horns. But I'll be right back in a minute, guys. It is actually time to feed the cat. So when I come back, I'll get back to the Tektron because it looks like you guys voted yes. So give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Yes, it's your food time, kitty. Wow. Yeah, you're excited. All right, everyone. Sorry about that. Kitty needs her food. All right. I heard a kitty. Yes, you heard a kitty. It was her food time. I fed her right before the stream, and then like right when I started the stream, she was yowling for more food. I'm like, Kitty, I just fed you. I need to wait a few hours. And it's been, I think it's been a few hours now. Quick ID's gone post memes. All right, let's end the poll. It looks like you guys are fine with TARDIS logic, so that'll make my job easier. So I'll just go with TARDIS logic, and yeah, let me move these around a little bit. And then let me see how that, whoops, Maya is being weird because of course Maya is. If you look at selection, I hate it when Maya does this. Actually, okay, there we go, now I can see through it. I can probably afford to bring this in a little bit more if I can do TARDIS stuff. So I'm gonna do that. Maybe a little bit more, okay, perfect. Oh, right, this. I know you guys said TARDIS logic, but the free space engine can't break physics, so yeah, I still need to make it so this wing fits. Shit. I need it so the wing goes into this triangle part here. Uh-oh. So I'm gonna have to raise that a bit, and then... Oh, man. Okay, guess I can make it longer. It's not very long in the original game, though, so I don't... Yeah, I'd have to make it really long for that to fit in there, so I don't know, maybe I'll go back to doing that. I could make it so the wing just goes... It's not perfectly horizontal, it goes down at an angle like that. But... Oh, okay, yeah, that looks like it's gonna work. I just need to make this a bit longer, and it should work. All right, perfect. There we go. Now the wing will fit when it closes up. Awesome. I'm so glad I could use TARDIS logic. And this will when the shields close up, this will go in a bit, but or maybe not actually. Shoot. Cuz yeah, this still needs to connect to the back somehow when it goes in. Also with this design, although I suspect it won't be possible with how the boss works, some player somewhere is going to break the boss and get their R-Wing stuck back in here, and then they're going to complain to me that I got stuck in the boss's wing. So I don't know if I want this all to be open in here so that the player can get stuck in there. So I might just get rid of this part and just be like, it's a different interpretation based on... It's based on Tektron from Star Fox 2. But I do really want to keep that because that's where the little beams connect. No, I won't give up just yet. Let me see how far back this can go before it starts phasing through. So it can go that far back. And then, yeah, the wing. What I could do is I can put an invisible barrier here so that if the player does accidentally somehow try to fly in there, they won't get stuck in here. So just basically like a collision box across the front of this here so the player can't actually get inside there. So I think I am not going to have that part. I actually think I want that to be a little bit hollow. Well, I'm going to have like a glowing thing here, and then the wing will go inside, and kind of like what Homeworld does with the docking bays, like there's like these large glowing sections that the craft go in. I'm just going to have like a big bright glowing thing there when the wing goes in, so kind of give it like the impression that there's space in there for the wing. So it looks like I'm going to have to do something different with the bars that actually connect this to the boss. I'm going to have to connect them. Let me make one of the little bars. Make that horizontal. And let's see. If I remember right, let me look at the video thing again. Wow, so many people are trying to get my attention on Discord today. Let me just check and make sure that there's no crazy things I need to check on in Discord, because a lot of people are messaging me in Discord today. Okay, now it looks like it's mostly people just wishing happy Easter and stuff. Yeah, in retrospect, I probably should have streamed tomorrow and not on Easter. Let me check there. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything super important going on Discord. And yeah, I was gonna check the video to see how they connect again. Okay, the one that's up higher connects to the back, and the one that's lower connects to the front. And it looks like it connects. Oh, that makes it. According to what I'm looking at, it like connects. It would connect like right here, which won't work because I added this like little flourish down here. So I'm gonna probably have to put it over here, somewhere more like there. And I'll set that to 7. I'll have that come out there. And maybe I'll have it more like an angle like that, and then it'll connect down there. And then the other one connects up here in Star Fox 2. So I'm going to put the second one up here and have that go backwards. Let me look. Actually, let me look at the orthogonal. Okay, it goes up, not down. So, ooh. Actually, it looks like it connects a lot lower in this screenshot compared to. Oh no, I see where it connects. It also in Star Fox 2 it connects to the tip of this thing here. Okay, so I'll do that then. Although the wing has to go down, so yeah, I gotta make sure it doesn't. Oh, you guys said I can use TARDIS logic, so if it phases through the wing phases through the bar, then we'll just have to live with it. But yeah, this one goes up. In Star Fox 2, it looks like it goes up more like that, but I think that might look a little weird, so I'm just gonna put it back to this one over here. So it doesn't go up quite at the angle it does in Star Fox 2. Oh, I also need to make sure. I'm a dummy. I need to make sure. Okay, even with TARDIS logic, I need to make sure this fin can actually go down into there before it closes. So, oof. This definitely needs to be out a bit more. I might have to actually make the fin a bit smaller, which means I can make the point a little shorter to be more like it is in Star Fox 2. Because in Star Fox 2, the fin things, I think they just disappear before it closes up. And I have a feeling they're not even fins. They look kind of like thin lines. Like, I think there's supposed to be some weird, like, energy thing sticking out the top of the ship. I'm not sure what they're supposed to be. They're, like, very thin tentacles almost. So I might just chop off the top part of the fin and make it a little bit shorter. So that when it closes, because I don't want this to be too far away from the boss, the core of the boss. But it's looking like I'm not gonna have much choice. So yeah, I'm just gonna delete the top part of the wing then, or the fin wing, whatever it is. I guess it's more like a wing than a fin because it's not on the top. But I kind of want it to be that long though. Oh well, I'll make it short. Let me freeze that and get it out of the way. And then let me close up the top there. Oh yeah, it's all kind of, topology's all kind of, a little bit of my sloppiness is showing there. So let's append this all. Let's give it appendicitis. And the pen tool is not working. Great. Oh, it worked when I canceled it. That's bizarre. Maya's just being weird. That's just Maya. Okay, yeah, it's not showing it, but it's still technically doing it. Maya's just like, I'm gonna screw around with your perception of the append tool. Alright. I'll flatten that and then I'll put it back at an angle. Oh, cool, I don't have to put it at an angle because I forgot to freeze the transformations, which worked out for me. So I can make it flat at an angle. Perfect. Okay, now that should be able to go in without colliding into the shield thing. Yay! And now, it doesn't have to be quite, the shield thing doesn't have to be quite as long. Oh, maybe it does, actually. Or no, I think I made it go too far. Yeah, it's more like right there. Okay. Oh, no, it's still showing a little bit. Huh. That's weird. It looked like when it was longer, it fit better. That's strange. Huh. You know what? I know what to do. And it'll make this look a little more detailed. Instead of this just being a simple pyramid, I'm going to get a little fancy smancy. I'm going to do this. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to add, when I get to doing the details on this, I'll be able to add more detail there. There we go. All right, cool. Awesome. Now the wing should be able to fit there when it closes, using a little bit of TARDIS logic. And these need to be a little bit longer. So let me make those a bit longer. All right, cool. And we got the very basic geometry of one of the shields done. So in a moment, I'll start adding some detail to it. I think I'll add the details to this, and that might be a good place to kind of wrap up because I think I've been going for almost 4 hours now. How long have I been going? Oh, 3.5. Not quite as long as I thought, but still long. Let me look at the chat really quick before I do that. To all Trekkies in chat, happy First Contact Day. Man, can you believe First Contact is, I think it's 20... Actually, I think it's almost 30 years old now. First Contact was 96, right? Or was it 90? I think it was 1996. Let me check. So yeah, I think it's almost 30 years. Oh my god. First Contact Star Trek. Let me find out. Yeah, 96. Oh my god. Oh, it wasn't until November. Oh, First Contact. Freaking the in-universe First Contact. I thought you meant the actual movie. The movie didn't come out till November, so it's almost 30 years old now. I remember when First Contact came out. I saw it with my father and my aunt. I haven't seen her in a very long time, but I remember going to see First Contact. I remember the exact theater I went to also. The theater doesn't exist anymore. I remember the first time I saw First Contact, and I was just like, whoa, this is... Because at that point, I was very into Star Trek at that point, but I hadn't really dived heavily into TNG yet. I'd watched episodes of TNG, but back in the day, I was very young at the time, so I rarely got to watch TNG as it aired on TV. My father would record some of the episodes, and then I'd watch those on VHS. But at that point, I had actually never seen any of the Borg stuff in TNG up until that point. So that actually really was kind of the first time. I have a feeling I did see an episode with the Borg before then, but I was so young that my memory was kind of blurry and vague. So that really was kind of the first time I have like a distinct memory of seeing the Borg. And I just thought like, wow, those guys are really creepy when I saw that movie. I can't believe that was 30 years ago. I saw it a second time in theaters, again with my father, at another theater that it doesn't exist anymore. I remember that theater too. But yeah, First Contact was a really cool movie back when I was a kid. I don't like it nearly as much now, but when it came out, I thought it was pretty cool. And I can't believe it's been 30 years since that movie came out. That's insane. Where did the time go? Tycho voted for the wrong one. Oh well, unless you voted, you meant to vote for yes. Yes won the vote. So let's see. Maybe move the ventral fin more towards the front of the ship when the shield. Well, this fin, it just closes up like that, which I think it actually does in Star Fox 2, because in this screenshot here, the fin is normally on the bottom, but it looks like it comes up and faces backwards, kind of. So I actually think in Star Fox 2, the fin on the bottom actually does, it does actually do that. It like folds up. So I don't think I need to move it closer. I think I can just have it. Oh no, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, like kind of more like that, so that it doesn't stick out the back quite. I think I might go with that actually. I'm gonna have to slightly tweak the design of both the fin and the body, but I might end up doing that, so we'll see. I might end up doing that. Yeah, I might bring that forward a little bit closer. I do kind of like how it looks like a gun right now. Like if I get rid of the shield, I kind of I like how it looks kind of like a triangle, like a Cardassian pistol almost. I kind of like that. Should add the little spiky teeth in the front, and then we'll have like a Cardassian pistol. It's got the aft of a Tholian, but the grip of a Cardassian. Oh man, it's funny. All right, let me check the chat really quick because I thought I saw another question, and then I'll add some details, and then I'll probably wrap up. In the chat, the first thing I see is Homeworld 3 sucked. I still haven't played Homeworld 3. It very frequently goes on sale on Steam for 50% off, and I still haven't bought it yet because I saw bits of it. I've seen what people think of it, and I have a feeling I don't want to be upset at Homeworld. Homeworld's such a cool game. I already was a bit upset over what I've seen of Star Fox lately. I don't want to add Homeworld to the pile. So I'll probably play Homeworld 3 someday, but I can't do it. Hey, I see Adam in the chat. Robot Coffin. He's done some of the music. Time to redo all the character models to reflect the official Mario Galaxy and Movie Fox design. I need to give them all giant eyes where their pupils and their irises shrink. Which might work for Falco. Falco's eyes are pretty big, but yeah, can you imagine Crystal with those giant like raccoon eyes with I mean, that's probably what they'll do if they ever add her into a movie. They'll give her the giant raccoon eyes like they did to Fox. I think I'll pass on that. Mr. Adam, I think I'll pass on redesigning all the characters to look like Illumination stuff. So didn't you draw a Borg Star Fox crossover? Yes, I did when I was a really little kid. So, oh no, I drew that. No, I was a teenager when I drew that. I think I was like 13 or 14. That was after First Contact. Yeah, First Contact was 96. That was probably like 2000, maybe 99. That was before Adventures came out, because Crystal wasn't in that comic. Yeah, when I was a kid, it was probably like 98, 99, somewhere around there. When I was a kid, I still have it. I think it's in the other room, but I've shared bits of it online. But I have I made a comic when I was a kid, when Star Fox runs into the Borg, and inexplicably there's a Yoshi in it, where the Borg assimilate the Yoshi. And the Star Fox ends up having to like shoot at a freaking Borg Yoshi. I was a weird kid. So yeah, I did make a little comic when I was a kid where the Star Fox team fights the Borg, and a Yoshi gets assimilated, and they're fighting a Borg Yoshi. That's probably wackier than anything Illumination could ever do. Oh man. So yeah, right. So you were probably in my Discord a few years ago. I think I shared that in my patron Discord like 2 or 3 years ago. I made a lot of Star Fox comics when I was a kid. I loved Star Fox. That's what I'm doing now. I made a Star Fox comic where Crystal became a captain in the Cornerian army. I also made a Star Fox comic where Crystal's mother shows up, and for some reason, because my art was so bad, she looks like a panda. I made a lot of weird comics when I was a kid. What other Star Fox comics did I make? I feel like I made one where I added like these bug aliens into it, but I don't remember the details of it. I have them all in the other room somewhere. Maybe one day I'll do a stream where I kind of show some of them. I'll do like a goofy stream, like all my really old Star Fox comics from when I was like 10 years old. But yes, you're not remembering wrong. I did do a crossover comic where Star Fox fought the Borg. I predicted the Aperoids. So thanks for answering my question. I had to pause the stream due to some things on my end. I missed the running sections of Assault. If I can do it in a way that I don't think is super janky, I will. I can't make any promises because I have a feeling it's not going to work out. I'll put my personal bias against those aside too to see if I can get them to work. See, as for the on foot sections, does the engine have poor animation rigging? Yes, it's one. It doesn't have rigging at all. The way the animation works in the engine. I did a stream. Was it last week or a few days ago, where I was animating the Mirage Dragon. The engine had no animation support at all, and it was Lafiel and several other people, I think, that they added a kind of animation system into the engine, but it's not based on joints. It's a very, very bizarre. Like when I first started animating things in this engine and I tried to wrap my brain around it, I'm like, this is so weird. Like I came up with the term sub-object animation. It's a very strange form of animation. You have to actually use math to get things to work right. I've gotten used to it now because I've been using it for a few years, but it's a very strange form of animation, and I think that'll make the characters look janky if they're running around. I do have characters walking around though, like Sharp Claws and stuff, but the camera isn't really particularly close to them, so you can't really see the flaws in like the little Sharp Claw troops running around. But if you're playing as a character running around on foot, the camera's going to be pretty close, and you're probably going to notice the weirdness. So I don't know. I'll experiment. I'll promise that much. I'll experiment, but I can't make any promises that they'll actually end up in the game. Let's see. Idea would be interesting is an assault of boarding of the Great Fox. I think you meant by the aperoids because you said assault by the aperoids, and you go level by level clearing the vessel. I mean, that would be the idea of like the Star Fox team kind of retaking the Great Fox from an enemy force sounds pretty cool. We'll see. I can't believe MIB pistol. There's a movie I haven't seen in almost 30 years, but I remember that movie. See, sadly it did. Imagine huge eyes on Slippy. Well, Slippy kind of has big eyes, so the illumination eyes might work on Slippy better. I don't think they work. They make Fox look like a raccoon to me, and I think they'd make Crystal look like a raccoon. Peppy's eyes are pretty small in the game, so if Peppy had like the big illumination eyes, it might look a little weird. But I don't think the illumination, the big illumination eyes, I don't think really work on Fox McCloud. Fox has always had like kind of like the angular, like almost like perpetual angry eyes. His eyes are, I mean, depending on the game you're talking about, his eyes get bigger or smaller, but they're usually not that big and round in the Star Fox games. But those eyes might work better, with a character like, because Slippy's eyes are in the Star Fox games. His eyes are really round. So they might work better on him. And Falco's eyes, I mean, Falco's usually got, an angry expression, but he does have big round eyes, so they might work better on him. I think I caught up with the chat. Whatever Crystal's race is called, it's a Serenian. At least I stuck with the Serenian thing. She's from a specific tribe, though, that in the Dinosaur Planet game, there's two different tribes. They called themselves tribes that were fighting each other on, I think, what became Serenia when it turned to Star Fox. There was the Wolfen tribe, and then there was the Vixon tribe. It's spelled Vixon. I think it's supposed to be a play on Vixen. But so she's from that tribe. They had a war with the other tribe, and that's kind of what resulted in the destruction of Serenia, was like this war between those two tribes, which I think is actually what they were originally going for in Dinosaur Planet. And then they kind of got rid of all that stuff when it became Star Fox. See, Adam. Yeah, Adam, maybe I haven't talked to you in a while. Maybe I'll ask you about the illumination stuff. I preferred his design and that weird 3D anime scene they made. Yeah, that was probably better. I actually wouldn't be surprised if a completely different studio actually makes a 2D animated Star Fox movie. I think I would prefer that over Illumination, because I've never liked Illumination movies to begin with. And I don't know if you were here earlier in the stream, Adam, but I kind of said I don't think after seeing what I saw, I don't think I'm interested in seeing an Illumination Star Fox movie. I had a few things to say earlier in the stream about that. I don't know if you were there earlier. So stop staring at me with them big old eyes. All right, I think I've caught up with the chat. So let me just finish adding some details onto the shield here, and then I'll probably answer a few more questions and wrap the stream up. I think I've been going for about 4 hours now, which is pretty good. I think this is the most I've gotten done on a model in one of these streams, because I usually just get so distracted that I don't get much done. But I've almost gotten the basic geometry done. I'll probably add a few more smaller details later, and then I'll add the turrets, and then I'll do the I don't know if I'll stream the mapping the UVs, because that's kind of boring, and I don't know if I can multitask, but I'll probably stream when I have this boss in the engine and I'm putting in its behavior and stuff. I'll probably do a live stream of that, like I did with the Mirage Dragon. I might do that. When I get to a boss, I'll stream me starting on the model, and then I'll do a stream of me getting the basic behavior working in the engine. Something like that. Because I think I can do those and kind of multitask at the same time. Okay, if I remember right, those things at the top are kind of like weak points. The triangle parts, yeah. I don't know if they'll be weak points. What I'm thinking is these triangle parts, if you shoot at them, they won't damage the ship, but if you shoot them enough times, it'll force the shield to open up maybe. So you can prematurely open up the shield before the wave from the pulsar hits the boss. So something like that maybe. I feel like those are really big weak points though, so I might make them a lot smaller. So those might be like cartoonishly big. They might be like way too easy to hit if they're that big. That's something I wouldn't know for certain until it's in the engine and I'm actually shooting at it, but this still might be a bit too big. Yeah, that's probably a decent size. And I'll add like a little platform there. And I'll have that go up a bit more and have that come in. Yeah, little kind of like triangular platforms there, and then I'll probably have like some kind of bulb thing there. Like little like circular bulb structure maybe. If you shoot those enough time, it'll force the shields back open before the wave from the pulsar hits, and then the pulsar will affect the boss also. I'm probably gonna have to experiment a lot in game because so what I'd probably have to do to make that work, because at the moment the wave was just, there's all the characters are basically gonna say the wave's about to hit, and then it just kind of instantaneously the screen, there's like a visual effect that's kind of instantaneous. But to get this to work in the way I'm thinking, I might actually have to show an actual like spherical wave like coming towards the player and the boss, and to give the player enough time to actually damage that enough to force the shield back open. So that might require a bit of experimentation, but yeah, let's harden these edges a bit, because those are angular and they look like that they're, for some reason their smoothing group is the same. So let's do that. Cool. And I do think I want to add some details to the pointy thing here. In the original game, when the shield thing closes up over it, I don't think it uses any weapons, if I remember right. So I might stick with that. I'm gonna do this. Oh, Maya, are you okay? Good. I thought Maya was gonna have a seizure for a second there, actually. I'll have that come out a bit more, and then I'll have that go in. Yeah, that's looking a bit more detailed. Alright, cool. Let me make sure that's flat. Oh, I think it is. No, it's a little bit not flat, so I'll fix that. Perfect. Okay. Now I'm going to want to add some details to here. In fact, I might actually flatten the top and bottom. Where's the bevel tool? Oh, maybe a bit more than that. Oh, I see an end gone. I need to get rid of that. There's an end gone right here. I need to get rid of that. About a year or two ago, they made a change to the engine where it's just like, nope, you can't have any end gons or it's just gonna crash. So you shouldn't have end gons on your models anyway. But I'm a bit sloppy, so I had a few models with end gons that were causing crashes because they made that change to the engine and I didn't realize it. So yeah, no end gons allowed. So I'll get rid of that. Okay, yeah. Oops, I think I accidentally selected an edge. Oh, no, I didn't. Cool. Alright, no more end gons. All right, cool. I want to add a bit of detail to this part. I think I want to give it like a grill kind of thing going on, which I could do with just a texture, but so far it's not even 300 polygons. Like, so I think I can afford to actually have the grill thing be geometry. Oh, I should do 2 of these at a time if it's going to be a grill. Oh no, I don't need to do 2 at a time because I'll use the extrude tool. Yeah, that should be good. I'll just have it be those 4. Oh, no, I have to do 1 at a time. Shoot. All right. Yeah, I needed to do double, but I'll just do this instead. I'll just do extrude, and I'll bring that in, and I'll just repeat that. And all right, cool. And then let me select those and extrude those. Yeah, now it's got kind of like a grill sort of. I might even have like a moving, glowing like streak that goes across these, like some kind of like animated glowing streak thing going through there. I think that might look cool. Awesome. Yeah, I like that. It almost makes me think it might actually be like a Tesla kind of Tesla coil, like a triangular quadrilateral Tesla coils instead of a round one. So yeah, maybe I'll make that a weapon of some kind. So that if you fail to crack the shield open before the thing hits, the boss will shoot you with something. All right. So I think I want a little bit more detail on that. No, I gotta do this a different way. Shoot. Drat. I should have done that before the triangle parts. Nah, it's okay. I'll have that come out. I'll just do something a little different. Actually, I got an idea. It might look a little weird though, so I won't know till after I do it. Let me triangulate those. Oh, okay, yeah, that'll work. All right, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna do this. There we go. That should look a little more visually interesting than just blank triangles. Let's have that come out a bit. Oh, whoops, I made a mistake actually. Do that and that. And then have those come out. And I'll have them close. Okay. Awesome. That almost looks, that looks more, that actually looks, you know what? This to me almost looks more like Venom than Corneria. So what I'm thinking is the center part of the ship is a Cornerian, like a Cornerian design, but the shield thing is actually reverse engineered Venom technology. I think that's what I'm gonna go with. So it's Corneria using some of Venom's technology that they salvaged from the Lilat Wars, and they came up with this like shield thing here that protects the actual ship. So I think, because to me, especially from like this angle, this is making me think Venom stuff, not Corneria. Corneria doesn't have a lot of triangular. I mean, the assault Cornerian designs have some triangular aspects to them. You know, like the battleship here, it's more chevron than a triangle, but the Venom stuff has a lot of triangular designs in it, and this is just screaming Venom to me and not Cornerian. So I think I'm gonna make that a little lore detail where the actual shield technology was being developed by Venom, and when Corneria won the first Lilat War and seized all of their stuff in their labs, they ended up finishing this technology and testing it on the Tektron. Awesome. And just like that, new lore for Star Fox Event Horizon, because I wasn't entirely paying attention to the fact that this was very triangular, and it added a new lore detail. Okay, I do think I want to add some details to here, and then I'll consider it. That'll be a good place to stop. And I know exactly what I'm going to do with the inside. Let me just look at the one from the game first really quick. All right, I changed. In the game, it's just like flickering. I think, like I said earlier, the part where the wing goes into here, I'll just make that like a flickering, glowing, like a blank glow that's flickering. And for the outside, I know exactly what I'm going to do for the outside. Kind of like what I did here. I'm going to give it like a grill kind of look to it. So let me do doubles this time, which I should have done in the first place. Oh, I'm getting some more ideas actually, but let me finish this part first. I don't think I'm gonna make it go all the way to the edge though. Yeah, I'm just gonna have it. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have it go just to there. That should be good. And I'll stick with 4 like I did more than 4 on the outside, I think. Okay, no, there's technically only 4, but the 2 ends kind of make it look like there's 6, but so I'll stick with 4. Let's bring that out a bit. Yeah. Alright, cool, and then I'll have some more glowing bits in there. And then, I think I don't need. Really, I should watch Twin Peaks again tonight. I really like that show. I was so confused by the 3rd season, I feel like I need to watch it again. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Oops. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm going to do something like this. Uh-oh, there's some... I'll fix that. Shoot, no, that's not gonna work. I could, but this way of doing it will be better. Even though it's slightly more annoying. Yeah, this way of doing it. Oops. What? Oh, Maya, are you kidding me, Maya? Maya is being weird. Oh, never mind. I was doing the wrong one. There we go. Okay. Yes, that'll work. I want to straighten the ones on the top and the bottom out, but I do want the other ones to stay angular. Let's straighten those out. And I just realized there's now n-gons on the top and bottom, but I will fix those. Actually, no, I don't think that's an n-gon. Nope, that's not an n-gon. It just looks bad. Alright, so now that that's done, oh, is it going on up here too? Yeah, oh, is it? Let me select that. Let me just make sure. Okay, yep, I knew it was doing that. I need to bring that out a tiny bit. I knew that was going on. Alright. Would have had some of the polygons overlapping each other. And while the engine can easily handle that, it's still a waste of polygons. The engine can handle that, but not n-gons. Well, the engine used to be able to handle n-gons. I feel like whoever added that to the engine was just trying to discourage people from using n-gons in their models. Which, you shouldn't use n-gons in your models. You really shouldn't. It can cause all kinds of weird lighting issues, among other things. Just back in the day, I'm still pretty sloppy with my models, but I used to be really sloppy, and I would just be like, no one's gonna know there's an n-gon there. I'll just keep that n-gon. So, quite a few of the models in this game had n-gons when that update came out. And it broke a few of the levels. And I had to go back and get rid of the Engons in those models. Alright, cool. Yeah, that's looking good. I want kind of like some... I might save it for another time because I think it'll take a while, but I have an idea for a thing along the edge of this where it almost looks like magnetic clamps, kind of. Although Pulsar screws around with magnetism, so that probably wouldn't be magnetic. That would, if anything, that would cause the shield to probably open up from the Pulsar. So maybe I won't. Maybe I'll make it like energy beams or something. I don't know, something not magnetic. Not that Star Fox needs super duper accurate, astrophysics in it. It doesn't, it doesn't already, but I already know if I did that, if I have Slippy say like, oh, there's a magnetic, that they're using magnetic seal on the shield to seal up the ship and it's impervious to damage, someone in the audience is going to be like, well, then the Pulsar would ruin it. It wouldn't protect it. Someone would say that in the comments. I didn't mean to like sound like make the voice sound really annoying or anything, but I don't know. I think it's because Slippy's voice in the Star Fox games is kind of annoying, and then the voice of the person making the comment, I kind of still had Slippy's voice in mind. But all right, now I just want to add some details here, and I'm probably gonna add like some like spiky things that are pointing inwards, at least on the front. I might do that again, kind of giving it like a Tesla coil vibe, like an electric theme, even though I don't think the boss in Star Fox 2 doesn't really seem to have an electric theme to it. In retrospect, it wasn't intentional, but there's a lot of bosses in the Soria levels I made that have like an electric like Tesla coil thing going on that kind of just ended up happening unintentionally, and I kind of went with it once I realized it. Yeah. Funnily enough, the inside of the shield's looking a bit more like the Cornerian aesthetic, whereas the outside looks more Venom. Maybe I'll make a platform for the spiky bits. And then these I might have as like indents going inwards, so I'll do that. And then I'll have like little tiny, I might have I think for these four polygons here, I might have some kind of animated texture on there that makes them look like some kind of energy effect, maybe. Like maybe I'll have I'll make it look like there's some energy coming from the inside going towards the outer end of the shield, and it's like powering the magnetic things I was talking about. And that could be what like the flickering thing from the center is. It's like sending some kind of energy to the outer edge of the shield to cause it to seal shut. Something like that, maybe, yeah. Alright, so I think I'm just going to add the little spikes, and then I might wrap it up for the stream. And I'll make them... Do I want them to be circular? There's not a lot of round circular... I don't think there's any round circular, but other than the tubes for the missiles. So I think I'll make the spikes not circular. I'll make them quadrilaterals. Or four-sided. Kind of like the spike on the outside. Oh, Maya, what are you doing? That is not what I asked for. Oh, that... Okay, I see what's going on. There we go. Move that sideways. And after I add these spikes, I'll check the chat, and I guess I'll do a little Q&A, and then I might go get some dinner. I had a disgusting lunch today. That happened a week ago when I streamed too. I had like a terrible lunch that day. It was... I got something at a grocery store that was on sale, and when I see things on sale, I usually grab them. And even though the expiration date wasn't for a few days, I think it had expired. It didn't taste good. So I might try and eat a nicer dinner. I have something nicer I can cook. But I think that's too big because yeah, when this closes, I don't want it to like. I mean, you guys said I can use TARDIS logic, so it could be big enough to poke through there. Let me parent it to the shield and see. Okay, yeah, it's poking in there. That's what I thought. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna need to move it further back probably. Oh, never mind. Yes. I actually don't think I'm gonna put spikes there now. Huh. My brain didn't even realize that there was like no room for spikes there. I know you guys said TARDIS. Oh, well, they can fit in the back. So okay, I know what I'm gonna do. The ones in the back, they're not gonna be perfectly symmetrical on each side. So like on this side, I'll have the spikes like this, but on the other side, the spikes are gonna be in between like that. So they'll interlock. Come on, Maya. They'll interlock with each other like this, with the spikes from the other side. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I'll put them on the back side, but not the front. The front, they'll impale their own ship with them on the front. So I'll put these in the back here. Maybe not quite as spiky. Oh no, yeah, I think they might need to be. Actually, they need to be a little bit more. Freeze, transformations, and delete by type. Okay. I don't think I'll add too much detail to these spikes, because especially if they're only in the back, the player's probably not going to see them much. They're probably going to be looking at the turrets that I'm going to place all along here. I'll probably just use the Cornerian turrets from the other ships. These guys here. Looks like they all got all the wrong textures assigned to them, so I'll need to redo that. So yeah, I'll probably just add the turrets onto the turrets from the other Cornerian ships onto the back. I'll add the chin turret, as I call it, this big one here. You know, I'll go ahead and do that right now. I'll bring that over from the heavy carrier. I'm going to add that to the chin. Although it's much less of a chin on this ship. Oh, I don't need that top part. Or it's already on this design. So yeah, I'll add the giant chin turret right there. So yeah, the giant that giant turret I'll just have there on the front. It needs to be facing down when I get in the engine, but I'll just keep it like that for now. Oh, it's not centered at all. There we go. Now it's centered. And I probably want it down. There we go. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right. So I think that might be a good place to stop. We got all the basic geometry, and I would say most of the, like the super duper fine details I didn't do today. Like the really, really small stuff that no one will actually see but me. I'm probably going to do that. I'm probably going to do most of that in a texture, honestly. But like back here, I might add like pipes and stuff, like kind of asymmetrical pipes and things. Let me see if I can find an example on here. Like these, see how there's like, I guess what I'd call like the super fine details, like these bars here. In fact, I might just copy those bars over and put them in the back there, because yeah, it's a similar shape. Now that I might just do that. It's kind of a similar shape. I might just do that. But like the little pipes there, I'll probably add like the little detailed pipes and stuff. But all of the basic geometry and the details I actually got done. I got more done than I was expecting, so that's cool. Let's see what this looks like mirrored on the other side. Even though I still need to do the UV maps on this, so I'll go and mirror the fin also, just to see how it looks. Oh, I forgot one thing, but I'll do that another time. I forgot to, this thing I did here, I forgot to do on that side. But let's just see how it looks mirrored. Oops. I seriously, oh, let me make a backup of this file too. Let me make a backup in case Maya decides to crash and lose everything. Boss Tektron 1 backup. Because Maya sometimes likes to crash, and unfortunately, half the time when Maya crashes, I lose everything that I was just doing before I saved it. So I make a backup of every file so that I don't have to deal with that. That would just be the worst thing ever if I'm like, wow, I actually got a lot of work done on this in the stream, and then Maya crashes right at the very end of the stream, and it corrupts the file, and I'm like, no, I have to redo everything I just did on the live stream. That would be such a horrible way to end the live stream. Oh yeah, these are gonna need to be moved, but again, I'll do that after I do the UV map. All right, I think my brain just raced through a bunch of thoughts there. I think that's pretty. I think that's probably a pretty close silhouette to the Star Fox 2 design. You know, I made some artistic changes. I didn't quite give it raccoon eyes, but I gave it some different details with the spikes here. I got rid of the flat thing in the middle there and kind of made it indented. Oh, I actually just realized something that I just realized something that might not work, actually. And it's a flaw in the original Star Fox 2 game also, now that I'm thinking about it. But let's see, because it might not be that big of a deal. I won't know till I do it. Let me just unparent this. There we go. So let me close this. You'll see what I'm talking about in a moment. Let me close both sides. I'm hoping my gut feeling is actually wrong. Close that side. Okay, I don't need to worry about the wings. Okay, my fear did not happen. I'll show you guys what I meant. So, these bar things right here, I was worried when this closes they would stick out the other end. But, it looks like they don't stick out the other end. I'd have to go. Wow, actually, yeah, those don't start sticking out the other end until much further than I was expecting. So that's awesome. It's probably because they curve. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, that might be how they did it in the original Star Fox 2. They might be angled like that so that they would fit into the spike when it closes, or they might just vanish. I don't know. I'd have to really dig into Star Fox 2 to figure out what exactly is going on, but my feeling is the reason they have that design is so when it closes they actually fit into the triangular part. But anyway, I think that's a good place to stop working on this boss for the day. Let's go check out the chat and see if I missed anything. I bet you, even though I'm pretty sure she fell asleep and didn't answer me, how much do you want to, did Estelle show up in the chat while I was gone? No, it doesn't look like she did. I'll try and do a stream with her sometime in the next few weeks. If you guys, of course you guys want. You guys probably find her more interesting than me. Where was the last place in the chat I was at? Oh, it looks like you guys said a lot while I was gone. See, Illumination was picked because they make commercially successful movies. That's about it. You're probably right. They probably wanted something that they knew, that for certain that they knew children would like, and most kids I know, like my nieces, they love the Minions. I don't know if they like the Mario movies though. I haven't heard them say anything about the first Mario movie, but they love the Despicable Me and the Minions movies. They wanted a studio that has a track record with making something that'll definitely get, you know, keep the attention of little children. So that was probably, and yeah, they're financially successful. I looked at this was like a year or two ago. The Minions movies made shit tons of movies, they have made shit tons of movies with shit tons of money. So you're probably right. They're like, this is a financially successful one. Also, I would guess that Illumination is a little bit smaller than a studio like DreamWorks or Pixar even. Um, they probably wanted a studio that was relatively large, but still not quite as large as like DreamWorks, so that they could have more power over the studio and what the studio does. I have a feeling that probably played into it because Illumination, even though they make lots of monies and they're big, they still kind of, I don't know the inner workings of their company, but I get the impression they're still much smaller than like DreamWorks or Pixar, because those are attached to Disney and other much larger companies, and I suspect Nintendo probably doesn't want to deal with Disney, although Nintendo's done stuff with Universal, so I don't know. Nintendo's got the theme parks with Universal, so they're clearly willing to work with much larger entities that have power. So I don't know. It could be as simple as, oh, the Minion movies made a shit ton of money and we want them. It could be as simple as you suggested. It worked out for them. The first, I don't know how much money the Galaxy movies made, but the first Mario movie, wasn't it like the second most financially successful 3D animated movie ever? I think it was second. I think it had like the largest opening weekend, and overall it was like the second highest, and I could be wrong. Someone in the audience might remember. It made a shit ton of money, so obviously it paid off. And I have no doubt the second one, it might not make as much money, but still probably going to make a shit ton of money. So it could have just been entirely money motivated. All I know is they got a completely different studio to make their Zelda movie after they made, the Illumination made the Mario movie. And then they immediately got a completely different studio. I don't know if it's because they decided to make it a live action movie, because Illumination doesn't make live action movies. But like, you'd think they'd be like, okay, the Mario movie was a success. Let's have Illumination do an animated Zelda movie. Nope. They just, in typical weird Nintendo fashion, they're like, no, we're just gonna make a live action Zelda movie with the guy who brought us Morbius and the script writer who brought us somehow Palpatine Returned. Although at this point, I said it earlier. Oh no, I didn't say it earlier, but I said it. I said it to someone last night. I have a suspicion. I don't want to let myself down, but I actually, based on what I've seen, obviously we don't have a bunch of details about the Zelda movie. Based on what we've seen, I have a suspicion the Zelda movie's actually going to turn out kind of decent, and I'll probably like it a lot more than whatever the heck Illumination's doing with Star Fox, which I can't believe I live in that timeline. Because a few years ago, if you asked me, if someone told me a few years ago they're going to make a live-action Zelda movie, and they're going to make like an animated, a CGI animated Star Fox movie, I would have been like, the Star Fox one's probably going to turn out better. I would rather have a live-action Zelda movie, but in my mind, I don't really know anyone who could pull it off, so I feel like it would be better to make an animated Zelda movie. So a few years ago, if you brought that information to me, I would have been like, yeah, a live-action Zelda movie sounds like it's probably not going to be that great, but like a CGI animated Star Fox movie, that probably is going to end up better. But now I'm kind of like, I don't know, the Zelda movie might end up better than whatever Illumination does. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know if anyone's interested in what I have to say about what I've seen about the Zelda movie. My thoughts on the Zelda movie are more positive than the things I said about Illumination Star Fox earlier, which, again, if you know me, that's like Bizarro universe. Back to when I said I voted for the wrong thing. I wanted to help you, but I didn't know TARDIS logic would help. I wasn't paying... Oh, yeah. TARDIS logic. Basically, I asked the question if the audience would be okay if they're playing the game, and they might see parts of the ship phase into itself to make it all fit. that's kind of what the question, that's what the TARDIS physics or whatever was getting at. Versus the other option where I have to actually make it so the ship actually physically correctly can fit inside the shield when it closes. Which I could do, but I'd probably have to tweak the design a bit to make that work. Because it seems like in Star Fox 2, it doesn't. They use a bit of TARDIS logic there. Don't you mean the second Lilat War? Oh well. If you meant when I was talking about the technology that Corneria's reverse engineering, yes, you're technically right. The second Lilat War. There was one that happened. A while back when before Fox was even born. Well, maybe Fox was born actually, but he would have been really little. Actually, again, I'm not really good with years, but I actually do think Fox was alive during the first Lilat War. He would have been very young though. He would have been 5 or 6 or 7. Actually, now that I'm really thinking about it, because the creator, one of the creators of Star Fox, he said a few years ago that Fox and his mother kind of had a strained relationship from the whole mercenary thing. That might be an interesting angle that basically James went off to fight in the Lilat Wars, and he didn't have to because, he's a mercenary. He's not part of that war. And Fox's mother was like, you're what? Why are you getting in that could be an interesting angle as to where that kind of started from, like Fox's mother and her disapproval of their career choices. She might have been like, look, you got a son. Why are you going to fight? And she ended up being right because even though it wasn't in a war, yeah, James ended up getting killed. Dealing with Venom. So that actually, let's see who said that, because if I do go with that, I want to give that person some credit. Who said that? Let me look back. Shoot. Whoever said that, whoever gave that... Oh, it was Taika. Okay. Taika, you're already in the credits of the game, I think, because you were a patron. You were a patron a while ago, so your name's already in the credits. And I know that wasn't your idea. You were just correcting me because I said the second Lilat War, but that caused my brain to spiral into lore tangents. Awesome. Let's see. Fantastic. The Fantron popped up back in the first Lilat War. Yeah, I had the Fantron in the first Lilat War, so I might make the Hunter Fantron because if I remember right, the Hunter Fantron from Star Fox 2 is a bit different than the normal Fantron, so I might use the Hunter Fantron, but the original Fantron, yeah, that was already in the Lilat Wars. See, during the mission where atomic missiles was... that was the Sector Z, that's where the Fantron showed up. Because Sector Z didn't have a boss in the original 64, so I just kind of went digging into the well of the first 2 Star Fox games for a boss, and I thought Fantron was really cool. And at that point, I hadn't had a boss with a cloaking device, or the ability to become invisible, so I'm like, that's a pretty good place for a boss that can become invisible and do something a little bit different. He also has the visual effects kind of works, but I don't have it in the game yet because I want him to have like the ghosting effect on the copies of his ship that rotate around. I use that ghosting effect on the Krazoa when you fight Dracor though, so you can kind of see what I'm going for, but the ghosting effects doesn't quite work how I want yet, so I don't have it on the Fantron boss yet. But when it is working right, I'm going to add it back to the Fantron boss, so he's got that really cool looking ghost trail effect when the copies are circling around. Let's see, I mean having a giant dinosaur during a political debate. Okay, I just realized that's part 2 of another question. I probably already know what the question is. Since you already talked about a female Sharpclaw character, will she be the representative of Venom of the Second Coalition? Also, are all Sharpclaw females as large as the Broodmother? So yes, the Broodmother shows up in Star Fox 2. That's where the design actually comes from, because in the files of Star Fox 2, they have the giant blue dinosaur character. We don't know anything about them. it's probably safe to assume it was supposed to be a villain that maybe they replaced with Andross or like a secondary villain, but we don't know if they were supposed to be a villain. So there's no details on it. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, it looks kind of like a sharp claw, but also looks much bigger than a sharp claw. And that kind of led to the idea that, yeah, female sharp claw are like these giant bloated monsters, kind of like the xenomorph queens. So that character does show up. They do not represent Venom, though. She represents what's basically left of the sharp claws, which I feel like might actually be kind of a no-brainer. Because Soria is kind of there's stuff going on in Soria where the sharp claw are kind of, they can't really do much, and she's like, well, maybe I'll see what I'll follow in the footsteps of Scales. He got a bunch of help from all these people off world. Maybe I'll look into what's going on with these Venoms. And she kind of shows up almost uninvited, actually. She's like, you guys didn't invite me. And then everyone there's like, what the fuck's a sharp claw? Like, yeah, we didn't invite you because we don't know what the sharp claw, we don't even know what a sharp claw is. So she and the sharp claw kind of show up uninvited. I guess that's kind of spoilers, but yeah, she's large, and I would say, yeah, all the female sharp claw are pretty large. They get larger as they start laying eggs, but they're larger than all the male sharp claws. They kind of run the sharp claws, like, General Scales is kind of seen as like the leader of the sharp claw, but I'm kind of hinting that the female sharp claws kind of run the sharp claws kind of behind the scenes, sort of. They're kind of like sort of the, I guess you could say, the political power, whereas like General Scales and I guess by extension the male sharp claw, they're kind of like the military power of the sharp claw. They're a very dimorphic species, which I don't know. You never saw any female sharp claw in Adventure, so I took a little bit of liberties there, I guess. But anyway, let me see how long I've been going. 4.5 hours! Holy moly! I've been doing some pretty long streams lately. Normally when I do streams, after about 2 to 2.5 hours, I'm like ready to bail out. But I'm only just now starting to feel like I need to take a break. I've been going like 4 to 5 hours these last few streams, which is weird because I'm kind of sick. I don't know how I'm doing it. I feel a bit sick today. Let's see. Wait, like a reverse-engineered version of the normal Fantron that'll become the Cornerian Hunter. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like a Cornerian version where they might have reverse-engineered the technology. I do have it. I have the Fantron, I think, with a question mark on my list that I showed the other day, and it is at a point in the campaign where you would be fighting Venom, so I might move it to earlier in the campaign. I haven't really decided yet. That's one of those things where I'll probably make the decision when I actually finish the model, or when I'm working on a level and I'm like, yeah, the Fantron would probably fit better here, or maybe it'd fit better in a different level. Because I switch levels around, and I'll switch the bosses and levels around too if I feel like it's just not working out. Like in the Soria levels, in the Blackwater Canyon, it originally had a completely different boss. And and then I ended up making it that undead dinosaur. That originally wasn't the boss in the Blackwater Canyon at all. So. And it's because the original boss I had there wasn't really working, and I'm like, you know what? In Dinosaur Planet, there was undead dinosaurs here. There was apparently a giant skeletal boss that was supposed to be here. I'm just going to do a giant undead dinosaur because that would fit better. So that boss was actually scrapped. That boss, the original boss on that level, didn't even end up in another level. It was just completely scrapped. And then I made the giant skeletal dinosaur instead, which I think turned out way better. I think that's one of the coolest looking bosses in Event Horizon. And there's some precedent for it too. There's concept art of like a skeletal Earthwalker that's, I kind of went with for the basis of that. But anyway, wow, someone's actually calling me. I'll call them back after the stream. Let's see what you guys are saying. You know what? I don't want to be rude. Let me just send them a little text response. I don't want to be rude to them. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I definitely do want to respond to this. Actually, they did send a text. Sorry, guys. Boomer phone moment. In a bit after live stream. I'm just letting them know. I'll call them back when the live stream's done. Awesome. All right. So yeah, I'm actually probably gonna end the stream soon because I do wanna talk with them for a bit. But I'll answer a few more questions before I end the stream. And I don't see any new. Oh, there's one. Hey, Ice Cream Man. Quick question involving this arc. What are the Aquans, Titanian scavengers, and other races are doing during this event, during the war between Corneria and Thosa? I can say for certain the Aquans are just staying out of it. They don't want to be involved. They're kind of looking from the sidelines. Obviously, the Aquans are probably really concerned because Corneria is like right next door to them. But the Aquans, they don't want to get involved. The Scrap Jackals are kind of just the Scrap Jackals are kind of like pirates, but I think I even said in the last stream there's the forces that Venom are kind of bringing together involve a lot of different pirate groups, and they are probably one of them. So the Scrap Jackals will probably at least be invited. I don't know if they'll actually participate with Venom and others, but they're probably at least at the table. So that's probably what's going on with them. What other groups are there? I think I mentioned in my last stream with the Anglars are invited to the table with Venom. So most of the galactic powers, they're either nervous about what's going on and they're kind of staying out of it and watching to see what happens. Venom is trying to get a bunch of other different groups that have had beef with Corneria in the past together. And their plan is to kind of carve up the Lilat system and the Talon system after that war plays out, and kind of split it up between each other. What other groups are there? There's the sort of galactic union that's forming. They're staying out of it. The Thosans are trying to bring them into it though, because they were petitioning to join that alliance right before all the stuff went down. In fact, that's kind of part of the motivation as to why Corneria might want to start a war with them to kind of prevent that from happening. So is there any other groups I'm forgetting about? I guess the Krazoa, they're off doing their Krazoa things after, because the Krazoa get woken up at the end of Soria. They probably don't even care about what's going on. They're doing their own things. The Chimerians are also probably off. Chimerians probably don't even know a war's going on. They're off somewhere else doing their own thing. Everyone on Papatoon probably doesn't care because they're on the other side of the galaxy. So Papatoon is just, way off on the other side of the galaxy. It's probably like a distant war to them, even though Corneria has a military base on Papatoon. I think those are all the groups. If I forgot any, just let me know. See, if I remember right, the Subjugator, which I think is the Salvador ships, show up in 2 different missions. Will we get a different combat approaches to them, like in Zero? I haven't completely decided all the details yet. The Salvadora, the way that the fight's going to unfold, because to me, the Salvadora in the original Star Fox 2, that's one of those things, kind of like I was talking about when a little bit ago with sometimes I'll change bosses around in levels. The way bosses work, I'll sometimes change as I'm working on them. I have a feeling the Salvadora is going to be a boss that I might change as I'm working on it. I don't know if I want to just completely copy it how it is in Zero. It's one of those things where I have an idea, but the details might change as when I finally get to working on it. So So yeah, there could be two different versions of that fight. We'll see. Let's see. Oh, there's the Aquas question. Will the Mark II Zerum cruisers make an appearance in Star Fox 2? Originally, they were going to, but I'm not 100% certain because Venom already has quite a lot of ship types in this point, and the Mark II Zerum is kind of supposed to be like the one Shears had anyway. It was like a prototype. It's kind of the prototype for the Salvadora. Because I kind of picked up that the Salvadora and the Zerum almost... I actually wouldn't be surprised if the Zerums in 64 were actually like an adaptation of the Salvadoras when they canceled that game and they kind of made 64 instead. They have a very similar silhouette. There's obvious differences, but there's a lot of similarities between the Zerum and the Salvadora. So the Mark II Zerum actually was a design by the people who made Shadows of Lilat that I really liked. And, you know, I ended up adding some my own touches to it when I made the model used in Event Horizon. But I want it to be kind of like a transition ship between those two. So in my mind, it's more like a prototype and not really a ship that they mass manufactured. So I'm not sure if they're actually going to show up a bunch in Star Fox 2. I kind of feel like they would just mass produce the Salvadoras instead. But we'll see. I might. We'll see. Let me say it this way: if the Mark II Zerums do show up, they're going to be a bit different from the one that Shears had. They're probably not going to have all the weaponry that his had, because actually, if you're in my Discord, I do have I do have a version of the Mark II Zerum with the Venom color scheme. Because I originally did plan on having him show up, but we'll see. Let's see, Lord of Creation says, I bet the Aperoids are just biding their time while that war is happening. I mean, that's kind of what the Anglars are doing. The Aperoids... What do I want to spoil with the Aperoids? The Aperoids are not invited to the table of Venom. I don't think they would show up, and I don't think Venom would invite them if they really were aware of the I'll say this much: certain figures in Venom and Corneria. This is a spoiler, I guess. There are certain people in the Cornerian government and military, and the Venom government and military, that are aware of the Aperoids. I mean, there's that little scene that I made in Andross's office where you can see Aperoid stuff in his office. And I'll go as far as to say that both Corneria and Venom have been aware of Aperoids for a very long time. They are well aware of how dangerous they are. And both Corneria and Venom have been... They have done stuff that has involved Aperoids long before the events of the game. And it was very stupid of both of them to do that. So there's character. General Pepper knows who the Aperoids are. Andross knows who the Aperoids are. Colonel Shears probably knows who Aperoids are. There's a few named characters that are. I don't know if I want to spoil it. No, there's another character that knows who they are that I don't think I want to go that far as to spoil it. So, but as far as from the Aperoids' perspective, I actually think... I don't know if I'd use the expression biding their time, but they're not involved in any direct way, but they might be involved in an indirect way. So... I don't know if biding their time is the right expression to use, but sure. Yeah, I guess they're kind of biding their time with everything going on. Crystal Kingdom General mentions, I remember the Krazoa being fought against by the Cornerian army in Sector Omega in an earlier level. Is that still going to be part of the original story? Yes, I don't know if you're familiar with the original Dinosaur Planet game, but in the original Dinosaur Planet game, the Krazoa kind of end up becoming the the villains in that game at the end. There's a Drakor was right kind of moment at the end of the game when the alignment happens with the planets. So I don't think it's a spoiler to say that at some point the Krazoa are antagonists and the Star Fox team will have to face Krazoa. If you're familiar with Dinosaur Planet, that's not a spoiler. Strangely, though, I came up with that idea before all the Dinosaur Planet stuff leaked because I just thought the Krazoa were really creepy in Star Fox Adventures. There's something about them that just seemed like there's something off about these squid ghosts that possess people, and they somehow like revived Andros, and like there was something very strange about the Krazoa in Star Fox Adventures that just didn't add up to them like being benevolent. And that's because, well, in the original game they weren't. And I think some of that still bled through into Star Fox Adventures, even though they got rid of a lot of it. Retsu says, I wonder if Drakor also wanted to have the Chimerian heart to use it against the Aperoids. I suspect, I know for certain the Krazoa are essentially ghosts. Like, the Aperoids can't really do anything to the Krazoa. So the Krazoa probably could just curb stomp the Aperoids. And I suspect even though the Chimerians have a biological, the Chimerians are all cyborgs. So I imagine they're so powerful that the Aperoid, they could probably just stomp on the Aperoids too. I know the Aperoids are, at least in the official Star Fox games, the Aperoids probably are the most powerful, in air quotes, antagonist that's ever shown up in the games, at least as far as what we've seen them do. But in my mind, the Krazoa and the Chimerians are on a completely different level than even the asteroids. They're like the Krazoa are borderline abstract entities. So I don't think the Krazoa or Chimerians would even care about. They'd see the Aperoids as bugs, like just a weird. And honestly, the Aperoids would probably just ignore them. The Aperoids probably would just ignore the Krazoa because they can't really assimilate them. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. I don't even remember what the question was. I don't remember what that question was. I hope I answered it. Don't forget, it was 15 years prior to Assault that a whole fleet was destroyed by. So yeah, so that was in the actual. I go into more detail about that incident in Event Horizon. So yeah, even in the actual Assault game, Corneria was aware of the Aperoids in the past. So yeah, it's not like there's something that obviously the Star Fox team doesn't know anything about them. Most of the galaxy, most people in the galaxy don't know what the heck an Aperoid is at the time that they become involved in things. But yeah, the Cornerian government definitely does, and Venom did too. They were doing things with the Aperoids 15 years in the past, and it went horribly wrong. An entire fleet was destroyed by a single Aperoid. And there was a named character that was there that I don't want to spoil, so... Anyway, let's see. I still love how the Salvadora and the Assault Cornerian fighter look very much like the Star Wars Venator and the Republic V-Wing. They definitely do, especially the V-Wing. I remember for years I actually thought the V-Wing in Star Wars came first, and then I realized, oh, Star Fox Assault came out before Episode 3, so actually they had that design first. But yeah, they do look very similar. The differences are just basically the paint. There's a few differences with the thrusters on the back, but they are very similar. I would say the Salvadora and the Venator are different enough, but they have the very similar silhouette, and they do have a lot of similarities. I would say there's more of a difference between those two than the V-Wing and the Cornerian fighter, but yeah. Also, does Corneria know about the Krazoa on Soria? I mean, yeah, they're aware that Krazoa are on Soria. They probably. I don't want to spoil. The Cornerians are aware of the Soria situation. General Pepper. Somehow Andros returned. Well, hopefully they don't get that guy to script a Star Fox movie, because they got that guy to script the Zelda movie. But you know what? Somehow Ganondorf returned is the plot of almost every other Zelda game, so maybe he was the right choice for that. I don't know. We'll see. I think I mentioned this on another stream years ago. I made a joke video when that Star Wars trailer came out. No, I think it was sometime after that Star Wars trailer came out. I don't know. Basically, the somehow Palpatine return thing came out. I made like a joke video about somehow Ganondorf returned, and then a few years later, I find out, oh, they got that guy to write the script for the Zelda movie. What are the odds of that? So I'm sorry, everyone. I accidentally put something out into the air that caused that guy to become the script writer for the Zelda movie. I didn't mean to. It was sarcasm. So if that movie ends up terrible, I'm sorry. It might be partially my fault. I'm just kidding. So is the Serenia battlecruiser returning as a mainline ship for the Krazoa disciples? I have a completely different design in mind. The giant crashed ones from the ones that they find on Ficina and Fortuna. To me, those ones are actually like a much older. Oh crap! I think I just spoiled a lot there by saying that. Oh well, those designs are like much older, like from the time when Serenia was still around. The Serenians that show up towards the end of the game, they're from a time much later, and the aesthetic has changed a bit. It's been a long time, so the aesthetic probably would change. So the Serenian, the design for because I don't think it's a spoiler, a Serenian ship of some kind is going to show up towards the end of the game. The design I have in mind looks quite a bit different from the saucers that the Cornerians and Venom was digging up all over the galaxy. The saucer ones, they've been kind of ruined on a bunch of planets all over the galaxy for who knows how long. But I think I'll answer one more question, and then I'm going to eat dinner because I'm getting hungry. Let's see, if the Zera Mark II is indeed a prototype, I could definitely see Shears stealing it between 64 and Adventures. I mean, he might not even have to steal it. Venom's like a complete mess after that. Well, I guess it would still technically be stealing. He just might not have had any resistance to stealing it. He might have just taken it. Yeah, Beltino Toad is aware of aporoids. I don't think that's a spoiler. He's heard of them. See, it could be... anyway, could be a cool Farewell Beloved Falco mission since we don't see him on Soria first. I'll think about that. I had an idea of, like, little bonus missions you can unlock that take place in between the different campaigns. Kind of like in the Rogue Squadron games. We'll see. Alright, I see the last question. Well, I see two. There's two questions. I'll answer both of them. I'm going to answer Retsu's question and Taiko's question. So after that, I'm not going to answer anything after that. But anyway, Retsu asked, I'm not sure if the chat ate my question, but how large would the Chimerian heart grow if you wouldn't have killed it too soon? I'd say probably the sizes of a moon. It's Death Star size. Pretty big. They're these very giant cosmic dragons that destroy entire planets that the Chimerians use to fight the Krazoa. And the Krazoa also have some pretty terrifying things at their disposal. But I'd probably the size... A moon, honestly, a moon might be a bit too big. It really depends, because, you know, a moon could... there's a ton of different sizes for moons, but really big. if it managed to get to its full size. And then where was that last question? Oh yeah, Tycho's question. Is Andross's grandson in the game? Yes, he is. Just unplugged my headphones. Not that I'm listening to anything right now, but yes, Dash Bowman is in the game. I won't say when or where though, but I think that's a good place to end. I think we're just about to hit 5 hours. That's a good place to stop. So yeah, we actually got a lot more with this model done than I was expecting. And the next stream I do will probably be getting the behavior patterns of this boss in the game working. If Estelle's up to it, I might do a stream with her before that. We'll see. Oh, she might have actually responded to me. No, she hasn't responded. I think she fell asleep. So I was trying to get her into the stream, but I think she fell asleep. She hasn't had much sleep lately, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that stream. And thank you guys for showing up. I'm glad you guys like my stuff. And you sat here for almost 5. Most of you probably sat here for almost 5 hours. It's awesome. But yeah, stay tuned for more stuff, I suppose. And happy Easter. And I hope everyone has a good day.